And welcome everyone to another episode of Sharing with Shellshock. I am your host, ShellshockPrime, and this right here is another episode where this time it's all about Nintendo. We're going to talk about their history and our own experiences tonight. Joining me are two returning guests, as well as one guest who is joining for the first time. So we're going to start things off with the fact that Mantle resub. Thank you so much, Mantle. Happy month anniversary to one of the best gaming friends. I'm super honored to know. Shellshock, you're amazing. Here's the great show. Thank you so much, Mantle. I really appreciate it. So, Jeremy, the Nostalgia Alchemist, you've been on multiple times. Welcome back to the show.
Thank you, Shellshock. Always a pleasure to be here. Thank you once again.
And no problem. Thanks for coming in.
Yeah. I didn't know if that was my official intro or my or give my shtick. I didn't know,
It's fine. It's fine. Yep. Silver, welcome back once again. And I know you were just on the episode last week, but thank you for coming back again.
2 in a row. I think is our first 2 in a row. Or no? I think someone's got me beat. I don't know.
I think it was Mantle.
I think it was Mantle. Yeah, I think so. Because I was like, ooh, that's me in the intro. Ooh, that's me again.
Yep.
But yeah, hey y'all.
And Random Bystander here. This is your first episode. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Happy to be here. I've been watching you for a bit. I've been trying to get on the show, and happy to be here talking about Nintendo.
Yep. It's all about Nintendo today. We got a lot to talk about in regards to Nintendo. Their history is a very long one. There's some good, there's some bad, and there's some WTF moments. Because it's gonna some moments I'll make you go, what the fuck? Seriously. But yeah. But they've been around for a very long time, since 1889, but we got a lot, but we'll definitely get into their history in just a minute. But first, what type of content do you do, Jeremy?
There's your spiel.
Yeah, I thought I was muted. Hi, everyone. So content is not really a word that I was associated with myself, because what is content? I am an entertainer. So my name is Jeremy Lardiri. I am the Nostalgia Alchemist, and I am always here for whenever you remember why. Not only am I here on Twitch, I'm also trying to get back on YouTube. I have a podcast that you can find on Apple, Google, Spotify. I am also a union actor. I am a former professional dancer and musical theater performer. I have a huge history with not just video games, but also with leaning into the arts and professional wrestling in terms of fandom and everything. So a lot of what I have to offer is trying to figure out why we become nostalgic for the things that we remember. And that is our mission at the Nostalgia Alchemist. And I'm just always happy to be back here. It's always a great time. Shellshock, a fellow New Yorker, I can't wait to meet you at LA RetroCon in August. I'm super excited.
Same. I'm absolutely pumped for that. Now your turn, Silver.
Oh boy, my turn. So for those who do not know who I am, Sylverstone Khandr here. Usually you might see me on Twitch Monday or Wednesday on silver.stream. That isn't a real website. You put that in your browser. But also I've been doing this for quite a while, honestly. I've been on Twitch for 7 years. I've been habitual YouTubing, but I've been trying to get back into it with a fun little project that I call Third Pillar for those DS fans out there. Still a bit of a work in progress, but for the longest time, I've been all about Nintendo, from managing communities online, on Reddit, on of course in real life with Switchplay NYC, Street Pass NYC back in the day, or just now, Digital Bonfire. Even though we're not really Nintendo centric, a lot of Nintendo guys around there. But I play a lot of things. My thing is, any game worth its salt, I'll play. Are there others that I don't like? Sure, I don't like Legends, but that's beside the point. Yeah. I play anything, Nintendo games, indie games, all sorts of games. I try to just really give it a fair shake. Doesn't matter if you're indie, AAA, in the middle, whatever. I'm just a big appreciator of the medium of video games, and as someone who is a game dev, really and truly, I strive to really just give, to share that joy of games with people as much as I can. So yeah, that's me in a nutshell. Artist, streamer, game dev, multi-potentialite human-ish.
Yep. Very good, as always.
All right.
And Random, your turn.
Hello, everybody. My name is Random Bystander here. I'm a random bystander who's here to entertain you with games, laughs, and lots of fun. And I like playing Nintendo games, specifically focusing on the Nintendo Switch. I make YouTube videos about specific games and talking about why I like them or don't like them.
Yeah.
And hopefully I make you laugh while doing so. I stream on Twitch usually about 3 times a week. I try to make a video once a week, give or take life happening.
Mhm.
And yeah, I've been streaming for about 6 years. I think it's been since
Hey.
2018. But I've been on and off with YouTube, but really getting back into it starting like October of last year. That's when I'm really getting back into it. So I'm just here to entertain and make people laugh as much as I can while talking about the games I love, and hopefully I can help you all do that with this podcast today.
Awesome. Sounds like a plan. And we definitely have a lot of plans tonight. We're going to start things off with like a very brief history of Nintendo, because if it has to be brief, because otherwise we'd be here all night.
We'd be here a long time.
Yeah.
So
We'll be sitting for a while.
yes.
Yeah.
But to sum it up, Nintendo was formed and founded by Fusajiro Yamauchi. He created the Hanafuda cards. This was back in the year of 1889. September 23rd,
Long time.
1889. They made playing cards for so many years, and they ended up eventually moved on to other ventures back in the 1960s. All of this due to the fact that they went to like a one of the biggest playing card companies in North America. And what happened was Nintendo was surprised at how small it was. So they ended up just you know what? I don't think this is going to be our future. So we decided we're going to do something else. So they ended up pivoting to being a toy company starting around like the mid 1960s. They made the Ultra Machine, which is a toy in which that you have a bunch of baseballs, and it automatically
the pitching machine.
You automatically throw the baseballs, and as you can see, we have Hanafuda cards.
From Jeremy, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I was about to be like, is he gonna go get them? Yeah.
Yeah,
I knew it.
there it is.
Yep.
Where did you get those, if I may ask?
Does it come in Nintendo?
Well, I found them on the doorstep of a monastery. I'm totally kidding. I actually got. Hold on one sec. I'm gonna replug my headphones in here. Make sure everything's okay.
Yep.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Okay,
Gotcha.
great. Okay, so get this off the screen. Okay, so I've got one set of them through Club Nintendo when that was still a thing,
I'm
and then
one of
the
those.
other set I believe I received through a well, these are the Japanese ones. I think I received these as a gift from somebody who went to a convention of sorts, and they had the Japanese one sold, because this was the one that they gave away during Club Nintendo back in the day, and then these were the ones that my friend found from Japan Direct. So I have two sets, and then since they were also a playing card company, they still make their cards. This is a Japanese exclusive set here, and then I have the Super Mario Maker version here, and this one was a Club Nintendo Platinum playing card set here too.
I have that one. I have
yeah,
that one.
yeah.
That's
So
pretty good.
playing cards and Nintendo are just like kind of synonymous.
I also have that playing card set somewhere.
Yeah,
I'm jealous.
It's been years since I've seen, because it's tucked away somewhere in my archives way over there. But like, god dang, I got playing cards and Nintendo go back, far back. That was that was their bread and butter for many years, because games. A lot of people think Nintendo started games like when in the days of Game Watch, NES. Like, no, gaming for them wasn't like our gaming. It was like games.
Yep.
Playing cards.
Right. Yes.
Because they also worked on some other stuff. They made a love tester. They made like a 10 billion barrel puzzle. They made their own version of the Lego blocks known as NNB.
Yes.
Yeah, NNB.
Yes.
Which you can see, for those of you who are playing the home game, you can see those blocks in Super Mario Land 2 6 golden coins in one of the Mario Land Mario Zone levels.
Yes, that is correct.
Wow.
And and a lot of those ideas came from them hiring a very influential person who was a maintenance engineer at first, but became very
DOG.
important to Nintendo, Mr. Gunpei Yokoi.
Yep, that's the man.
Yes, the man, the myth, and the legend. They made all these toys, but at first they were struggling, but then some of these toys became hits. Then they made like their very first ever solar powered light gun called the Nintendo Beam Gun. And then like
Mhm.
in 1972, they started to pivot to video games by bringing the Magnavox Odyssey to Japan. They were the distributors.
That's right.
Mhm.
They made like their own light gun systems where it was a shooting gallery, kind of like what would be Duck Hunt later on, and they did clay shooting and all that. But back in like the late 1970s, they hired somebody who would change Nintendo forever, and that is Mr. Shigeru Miyamoto.
Mhm.
Miyamoto mainly joined as an artist at first. He first got into video games by playing Space Invaders, and that
course.
was actually what hooked him into video games. And then when Nintendo was working on video games, he was programming, but he was also doing the art because he was an artist at first.
Mhm.
Hence the fact that when they made like a lot of arcade games, there was Sheriff, there was Radar Scope, which actually is a pivotal point in their time because Radar Scope was a huge failure for them. And so Nintendo needed to make another game in order to recoup costs, and considering the fact that they ended up having a Nintendo of America branch around this time, which was pretty fledgling at the time, and they were not in Washington State at that time. They were actually in New York City.
New Jersey. Like, were they in Jersey? Were they in New York or were they in Jersey?
Somewhere around there.
Somewhere. Yeah, I think they had like a warehouse in Jersey, but they were in New York because obviously that was like kind of their home turf.
Yes.
Don't mind me. But continue.
Yeah, and the president
Oh,
of
I'm
Nintendo of
right.
America at the time was Minoru Arakawa, who
Arakawa.
he was the one he was basically I don't remember if it was his Yamayuchi's daughter or granddaughter.
I think it was. I think.
The
I
husband.
think.
He's the husband of it. So
Yeah. Yamuchi. Hiroshi Yamuchi's daughter. Like he married. So he's a son-in-law.
yes. So what happened after that was he took on the role of being the president of Nintendo of America, and they needed to have a hit. They needed a hit. Especially considering the fact that arcades, like after Space Invaders, we had Asteroids, and then Pac-Man came along. So
Pac-Man fever.
Nintendo needed a hit. And if Radar Scope was a bomb, their original plan was to make a Popeye arcade game. But they reached out to King Feature Syndicate, who owns Popeye, and they said no because they were not established enough at the time. So they ended up just creating their own characters. They ended up making a giant gorilla or ape named Donkey Kong. They made like a mustache character named Jumpman, and the damsel in distress Pauline. That's basically the way they handled it back then.
And the other way, if I may interject quickly, the other way that they were able to handle it is the way that they designed the code for Donkey Kong also was the same rerouting of that code of Radar Scope.
Yes.
So they didn't have to completely import brand new boards. All they had to do was just paint the size brand new and reroute the motherboards according to whatever the code was for Donkey Kong.
Yep.
Yeah, it was basically converted over to a brand new game.
A genius way to save money on hardware.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and the thing is, with the name Donkey Kong, Nintendo of America had been begging Nintendo in Japan to change the name as they thought it was very stupid, and they hated the name, but Japan did not want to change the name, so they kept it as it is, and it ended up becoming one of the biggest hits of 1981. So it became their big hit, and it's been doing so well that it was competing with the likes of Pac-Man and Galaga, and anything that Atari was putting out at the time. It was a big market, and Nintendo got in, and they were doing well. However, that's not to say that everything was hunky-dory, because a year later, they got into a lawsuit with Universal over the trademark infringement to King Kong. But guess what? Nintendo won because it turned out through a discovery that Universal actually lost the trademark to King Kong, which actually helped them. And
because like I'll inject real quick, but like not a trademark, but like they Universal had argued in the past that King Kong was public domain, so that they could use King Kong for their own thing. So they were trying to put a fast on Nintendo because Nintendo was smaller. They're like, we can big league them into giving them money for King Kong, but they actually were caught by that lawyer, Jack Kirby.
Yep.
John Kirby.
John Kirby.
Oh, sorry, John Kirby.
Right, John Kirby, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And also working with Nintendo around this time was Howard Lincoln, who would go on to become the vice president of Nintendo of America at the time. And Nintendo won the lawsuit. They got a lot of money, and then that same year in '82, King Feature Syndicate said, "Oh, about that Popeye game, you can make it." So they made the Popeye game. They made Donkey Kong.
By the way, after the fact.
By the way, what, you did pretty good.
You know what?
Be a Popeye game now.
Yep.
Yeah, you can do it.
But
It's
then,
weird to think in an alternate universe we could be talking about Super Popeye Bros. Maybe.
Yeah. But
honestly, that's crazy.
But what's funny is that the funny thing about it is that in '83, Nintendo will release 2 arcade games. They released actually 3. They released Mario Brothers, Donkey Kong 3, and the first Punch-Out arcade game, like the first of the 2.
Right.
1983 was also like 1983 was also like a very terrible time in gaming. It was the video game crash in 1983, and also Nintendo released the Famicom in Japan that year, because in Japan the video game crash was completely unaffected. It was North America, and to a lesser extent Europe. So the Famicom, or which would become the Nintendo Entertainment System, I'll get to that in a minute, but the Famicom came out in July 15th, 1983, and when they released it here, it was a huge success. Sega released a console that year.
The Master System.
Actually,
I think it was the SG-1000.
The SG-1000. It came out on the exact same day as the Famicom, and it flopped. While the Famicom actually...
Too bad for Flicky.
Yep. So Nintendo enjoyed a good head start for 2 years in Japan, while Nintendo was trying to get the Famicom to the United States as early as 1984, when it was originally the Nintendo multi-video system. But no
MVS,
but no retailer wanted to have anything to do with video games, and Nintendo would not give up. So they had a master plan. Enter Rob the Robot. And Rob the Robot ended up being their Trojan horse. They ended up using Rob the Robot as a way to get the video game market back into retail stores. So
as a toy.
As a toy.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's not a game, it's a toy.
No, it's not a game console, it's an entertainment system.
Exactly.
You know?
And if you want other if you want other things to go with the entertainment system, maybe get these ones too.
We have Rob the Robot. We also have this light gun right here, so you can play games like Duck Hunt, Hogan's Alley, and Wild Gunman, and then you have both of those, and we also have Super Mario Brothers, and it released in New York on October 18th, 1985. But only in New York City.
Yeah, the test launch.
And it was a huge success. Like, they teamed up with Worlds of Wonder. They were originally going to team up with Atari, but Atari was still soured of the fact that when Donkey Kong was released on Atari, then they also had to deal with ColecoVision behind Atari's backs. And so Atari was basically angry. And they were like, no, fuck you. We're not going to work with you. So, and that's gonna bite Atari in the ass later.
Right.
Nintendo teamed up with Worlds of Wonder, best known for Teddy Ruxpin, among many other toys they've worked on back in the 80s, to distribute the NES in North America, and it was a huge success. So while in 85 it was just in the New York market, they released it to the rest of the United States in 1986.
Right. I believe they had like 2 like markets, and then they went like nationwide, because it was New York, and I believe it was either LA or Seattle. I forget. Like the one thing yeah, there were 2 markets. I'm remembering because like I did read about this like extensively. I know you have Super Mario, the book right there by your Jeremy. I had the audiobook for it, and I also had a Console Wars as well. Great book. Yeah. If you've not read it.
Read Console Wars.
I have to say some words about Console War later.
Oh yeah, there's liberties for sure.
Okay. Personally, I love it, but like we can get into that for sure.
Yeah.
Like I was gonna say, like, you know, but I was gonna say with the NS, like it really took some balls, because like Nintendo was like, hey, if we put this out there and and no one took it up, we'll just buy it back from you guys. You know, like they did their damnedest, like, to put this thing out there and like really sell it. And you know, once they got people hooked on it, like it was really like, it was like in a bottle, honestly. Yep. Like that's the thing about it. Like it was like a real big gamble to get the NES back, to get NES in America like started up like that, and it worked. You know, if we make it in New York, you make it anywhere.
Yep. And I believe the very first ever third party to work on a Nintendo console was Namco.
Yep.
Ooh. But not in the United States. That's Japan.
No, Namcot.
Yep.
Namcot.
And in the United States, there's a dispute as to who it is. Like, I'm trying to figure out who it is. I think it was either Konami or it might have been Capcom, or it could have been like I don't remember who else. I think it might be Konami. Then Capcom came later.
I want to say it was Konami, but like a lot of people were saying that, you know, that it's Namco, but like because obviously it's Japan, but like it could be Konami, because like by that point there's like a lot of like you know, companies who like would just bring their stuff over from Famicom to NES. You know. Yeah,
because I think the first Konami game to release on Nintendo in North America was a game called Stinger, which I believe was a spin-off of Twin Bee. And I think the first Capcom game to release in North America was either one of 3 games. It was either Ghosts and Goblins, Commando, or 1942. One of those 3 games is their first game. And because what Capcom was doing back in the day was arcade hits, bringing it over to Konami was doing the same thing. Like, because that's what a lot of companies were doing. Like Namco was doing that because they were bringing their arcade games over, and it wasn't until later that we would see these companies do original games. And it looks like Jeremy's about to get something right now.
Every time he gets out of his seat, I'm like, what's he gonna bring? What's Jeremy got?
The official Nintendo Player's Guide.
Player's Guide. Wow.
Yep.
Those answers are in there.
Yep. So Nintendo.
I'm sorry, Shellshock, please proceed.
So while Nintendo enjoyed the success of Super Mario Brothers in 1985, in Japan in 1986, they released the Nintendo the Famicom Disk System, and the first game for that was Super Mario Brothers 2.
Yep.
Except not the Super Mario Brothers 2 that's based on the shirt that you're wearing, Jeremy. But
did you guys know? Did you know?
They ended up releasing it was basically Super Mario Brothers 2, what we know as the Lost Levels, but back then,
or Super Players.
But back then, it was just called Super Mario Brothers 2, and it wasn't released here back then because it was too hard and it looked too similar to the original game.
Howard Phillips was like, what's going on up there? Like, you know, because like he was like, I don't think we can release this game here because it's just. It ain't gonna work.
It's unforgiving. It's a very unforgiving.
I remember playing the game on like, I think it was Virtual Console or Switch Online, and just doing the same thing you do in the first game, getting it and getting a poison mushroom immediately. And I'm like, oh, that's why.
He actually got a poison mushroom immediately, like when he was testing all these games. But what happened is that so they made the decision not to release it here. But before we get into the sequel, real quick. So there were a couple of games Nintendo released one of which did not come out here until way later on through like Virtual Console. But the other three, I'm going to mention these three games: The Legend of Zelda, Metroid, and Kid Icarus. All three of them came out in 1986 in Japan. We got all three of these games a year later. The one that did not come out here for years was called Nazo no Murasamejo, aka The Mysterious Murasame Castle.
Murasame Castle.
I love that game.
The mysterious
really good game.
The Mysterious
The
Murasame
Mysterious
Castle.
Murasame Castle.
It was a Famicom Disk System game. It was an action game that.
Have you ever played Super Mario Maker 1?
Yes.
Okay, do you remember the samurai that cuts across going?
Oh my god.
That's who that is.
Yeah,
that's
and
what,
also, if you had Nintendo Land, Takamaro's Ninja Castle, it's based off of.
That's what's based off
Oh,
because that game never released here because I'm assuming it had to do with like cultural differences between Japan and North America and the rest of the world.
Yeah, for sure. The first time it was released in America, technically, was on the 3DS Virtual Console.
Yep,
and it's a really good game.
But you can play it now on Switch Online.
Yeah, all right, I'll have to do that.
And
for sure.
Nintendo also had a game that was released in 1984 for the Famicom, but it released in Europe in 1986 called Devil World.
Devil World.
It never came out here because there's a lot of religious references, and Nintendo of America had like their own standards and practices at the time, which religion was a no-no.
Yep.
Funny enough, like when you read the manual for Super Mario Brothers, instead of saying, "Oh, you stomp the Goomba and it will be defeated," stop the Goomba and it will die. They actually said that if you stomp on them, they will die. They actually said that.
Yeah.
Like and instead of beaten and defeated, it's die and kill.
Yeah.
So yeah, and I think parents complained about that, so they had to change it. You're muted, by the way.
You're muted.
Sorry. And the Book of Magic and Legend of Zelda was the Bible.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, it was the Bible.
So The Legend of Zelda released in 1987 in North America. Same thing with Metroid, Kid Icarus. Metroid and Kid Icarus came out the same day here, and they were labeled as part of the Password Pack series. Because those two games needed passwords, whereas
good old Justin Bailey.
Yep, and The Legend of Zelda had a battery save. So then I remember like just so many different games that would come out over the years. Super Mario Brothers 2 was released here, but it was actually not the same Super Mario Brothers 2. In 1987, there was a game called Doki Doki Panic, because it was a deal with Nintendo and Fuji TV, where they used their characters in that game, and it originally started off as a Mario game, but then they ended up just using what they had.
That game, those characters in Doki Doki Panic, Numi Kojo Doki Doki Panic, was based off of a Japanese festival. If you find a YouTube channel called GTV, it has a whole hour-long documentary on that festival. Highly recommend checking that out.
I'll have to check it out myself.
Very, very good. Very, very good.
But I will say as well that Nintendo localized the game, took those characters out, replaced them with Mario, but kept all the enemies in there intact. Couple of characters' names were changed, like the Hey-Ho's were changed to Shy Guy, and there was a character.
Good idea.
There was a character named Catherine that turned into Birdo.
Ostro in the
and
original.
I believe they also made a new character specifically for this version that wasn't in Doki Doki Panic. I forgot who it was. Fuck, it was an enemy that came up later on, because in Japan it was in place of a Mouser, like an extra Mouser fight. I don't remember who it was for the life of me.
Claw Grip?
Yes, because that was not in the Japanese version.
Okay.
I actually just shocked myself that I knew that.
and then it's like, because Nintendo released that game in 1988 over here, alongside Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link, which released in Japan a year prior. Like a year and a half.
Which I have a lunchbox of.
So I implore people to watch a video on, like, it was 2020 from 1988, like 2020 news, where they covered the NES and I think it was John Stossel who was waiting in line as people were wanting to buy Super Mario Bros. 2 and Zelda 2: The Adventure
And
of
Zelda
Link.
2.
Because there was a chip shortage in 1988.
Yep, the Video Mania news story where people were like pretty mad about that chip shortage.
That and also because I think it was called Nuts for Nintendo. And
oh yeah.
And
there are all sorts of like names for that stuff.
As you do.
And the thing about it is that so Nintendo had competition with the Sega Master System, except the Master System didn't do that great here. It bombed in Japan, but it did
very well in Brazil.
It did very well in Brazil.
It did.
And also Latin America and Europe love Sega Master. In fact, Master System made it to Europe before the NES did. And
Master System, just as a side note, Master System does have a lot of cool gems on there if anybody is able to check it out.
It does.
All I can think of is Alex Kidd. Was that there?
Yeah, Alex Kidd.
Yeah.
Plus a lot of Sega's arcade hits. But also, the thing about it is that NES had distribution in Europe through Mattel. Mattel distributed the NES in Europe. And I think what also took so long is some games used multiple languages. Not every game, but some games that are text heavy. But Nintendo, the NES was not as big in Europe as though they did get a boost when Ninja Turtles released. So they had a Ninja Turtles exclusive bundle with the game. Because Turtles was popular over there. Granted, it was Teenage Mutant Hero Turtles.
I was like, don't you mean the Hero Turtles?
England.
And
UK.
And fun fact, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles is the best-selling game on the NES that is not made by Nintendo outside of Japan. And in Japan, that would be Dragon Quest III.
Yep.
Ooh.
They love the Dragon Quest.
Yep.
The audacity of that seaweed level. Go on.
So in 1989, Nintendo were to release a new platform called the Game Boy. Also, I forgot to mention that before the NES, before Donkey Kong, you want to know what they released? They released the Game & Watch. How could I forget that?
Oh my goodness!
They released the Game & Watch in 1980. Which
I have mine upstairs.
Which they have been releasing a lot of games, even with the NES era, even with Game Boy. And as you could see, I do have a Game & Watch in the back. It's the Zelda themed.
I love the story behind the Game & Watch. I have both of those too. They're great. I have the original ball. But the story behind that is that I love how Gunpei Yokoi was watching a businessman play with his calculator on a train.
Yeah.
And he's just like, there's a whole market for this. And so they created the LCD. They used the same technology as a calculator and as a watch to literally make game systems for people on the go, specifically Japanese businessmen in the 80s, so that they go to and from work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also in 89, in addition to Game Boy, though in Japan, I think it was in 86 that NEC released the PC Engine, which released in 89 over here as the TurboGrafx. And in 88, Sega released the Sega Mega Drive in Japan, which would come here as the Sega Genesis.
In 89.
Yep. So Nintendo was starting to get some competition, and Sega was gaining some traction. Because I'll say this, the TurboGrafx did not do well here, but Genesis was starting to gain traction. But it wasn't until 1991 when Nintendo would notice that Sega had something up their sleeve. Because Alex Kidd was a failure in their eyes as a mascot. Sega created Sonic the Hedgehog as a way to directly compete with Mario.
Yeah.
Though in 1990, Nintendo released the Super Famicom in Japan. With Super Mario World is one of the games that they released as a launch title alongside Pilot Wings. F-Zero came a little later, but they also got a very rushed port of the arcade beat-em-up Final Fight. Nowhere near as good as the arcade game. But then it's like, while Sega has Sonic the Hedgehog, and then like 2 months after Sonic released, Nintendo released the Super Nintendo Here. And then
To interject, before this podcast went live, I wore the same shirt as Shellshock, and I changed my shirt, and now he owes me one.
I promise.
So now everyone knows.
I'll owe you one somehow. But Nintendo.
I'm Yononi Giri in the Long Island Gaming Retro.
We'll say Nintendo released Super Nintendo in 1991. But before we get to Super Nintendo, they released a couple of cartoons. There was Super Mario Bros. Super Show. There was the Zelda cartoon. And
I love that show.
Captain N was kind of meh, but yeah. Then it's like Nintendo in 1991. There was a little bit of a controversy that happened, and it involved the fact that they originally had a deal with Sony, and Sony was gonna work on a Super Nintendo CD with Nintendo.
Right, they already provided their sound chip.
Yes.
Yep.
For the Super Nintendo.
And yeah, and the sound chip was created by Ken Kutaragi of Sony. So the Super Nintendo CD actually had a code name, the PlayStation. And Nintendo was all in on this deal, but then at the very last second, they looked at a contract, and there was a dispute on what was in the contract. Some people say that Sony is going to want all the profits. Some people say that Sony wants to trademark the whole thing and own the Super Nintendo CD. And many others say that they want to take every one of Nintendo's IPs away from Nintendo. What's true? We probably will never know.
We're never going to know.
So, but what we do know is Nintendo responded by going behind Sony's back and teaming up with Philips.
Overnight.
And Sony just looks so stupid that
Yeah.
this caused a mutual hatred towards each other.
And you don't do that as a business practice in Japan. So.
Especially in Japan. Yeah, because
you
like
don't do
they
that.
No.
Yeah.
And I will say this, no matter what the outcome was, even if Sony actually would have screwed Nintendo was in a lose-lose situation, in that they were not going to look good no matter what the outcome was going to be. But so that was a controversy that was famous. So Sony went to Sega. Sega of America said yes, but Sega Japan said no. So Sony was like, you know what? We're going to go solo. So the next generation of consoles came, and they ended up like becoming this huge like giant called the PlayStation. So with the PlayStation, they directly competed with Nintendo and Sega. Sega released the Sega Saturn, and Nintendo would release the Nintendo 64. And guess what? The PlayStation would go on to become like the best-selling console that year.
Of that generation. Yeah. They again, everyone was so scared. Everyone was ready to just like shit stomp Sony because like they're like, you guys don't know anything about making games. Like, what do you guys know? You guys are the Walkman guys. Yep. And
money talks.
Money talks.
Money talks. Think about what Sony was doing back in the 80s and 90s. They were the tech king. Everybody owned a Sony Walkman. Everyone had Sony TVs. It was just a conglomerate at that point. So they were just like, well, we have all of this money. Let's just buy third-party developers and just show them what we have. And CD-ROMs were all the rage on PCs anyway at that time. So there's your competition.
Nintendo released the N64 in 1986. And here's the thing. A lot of third parties were pretty much scared away because of the cartridges. But despite that, there was one company that used to be loyal to them that they ended up having a bad blood with. And that company is Squaresoft. Because like after a couple, because the the whole bad blood thing started with the Super Nintendo CD being canceled because Square had Secret of Mana planned for that one. So they had to put everything in the cartridge, and then the whole boiling point came ahead during the development of Super Mario RPG. And for years after like 1996, when Square jumped ship to PlayStation, they had bad blood until Hiroshi Yamauchi retired in 2002. Nintendo released the Game Boy Color in 1998. But also, here's another pivotal moment in their history. Like, there's a couple I want to bring up. 1993 was the release of Star Fox. which was the first game that Nintendo made that was 3D based on Super Nintendo.
Super FX microchip.
Super FX microchip. Yep. And one pivotal moment that I want to bring up is, there was a young plucky guy from Japan who loved bug collecting named Satoshi Tajiri, and he ended up forming a video game magazine called Game Freak, which would become a video game company. They worked with Nintendo on a game called Yoshi, which was a puzzle game. And at the same time, they were working on a game for Game Boy. It was an RPG, which their inspiration was the Final Fantasy adventure for the Game Boy, which was the first Mana game. And they would create a game that was monster collecting. It was originally called Capsule Monsters.
And now it's called Digimon.
Nope. No, it was called Pocket Monsters or Pokemon. And Pokemon ended up becoming a huge hit.
Huge.
It became
I never heard of it.
It became an even bigger hit once it left Japan for the United States. However, not without controversy, because again, Nintendo and controversy go hand in hand, but in this case, it's the Pokemon anime because of the episode Electric Soldier Porygon. Yep. And at the end of that episode, there was a moment where you see the red and blue flashes. And it wasn't even Porygon's fault. It was Pikachu's fault.
Technically. Yeah, it was.
So Porygon ended up being banned, but despite that, it did not slow down anything for Pokemon. It became
for those of you wondering, it was because it caused seizures to those who were photosensitive in Japan.
So many people, so many kids in Japan suffered from that. And Nintendo had a huge hit with Pokemon. Game Boy was pretty much declining, and this was what saved the Game Boy overall.
Yep.
Like for like a second wind.
Yeah, because like I believe like they said they had like a Game Boy successor like lined up as early as like 96, 97, but then Pokemon came out and they were like, let's just push this to the side for now because we don't need it. Pokemon.
The Game Boy Color became the 32X of Nintendo.
there was so many things as well. Like the Game Boy Color released in 1998, and then Nintendo would still support the N64 until like 2001 when they released there was two platforms they released in 2001. The Game Boy Advance came first, which was the handheld Nintendo really wanted to make. The Game Boy Color was basically like a stopgap, and the Game Boy Advance was their next generation hardware they wanted to make for Game Boy, and it was a huge success. It was basically 16-bit in your pocket. That's what it was. And then they did the GameCube, which ended up being a commercial failure. Oh, speaking of commercial failure, how could I forget one? I skipped one. The Virtual Boy.
Yeah, I was gonna say because like
14 games. That was it. 11, 13, or 14 games.
I think it was like 13. Gosh. Because
I have my Virtual Boy upstairs.
Oh, you do.
I have both Mario games. Okay, the Virtual Boy. Let me just chime in for the Virtual Boy really quick.
Go for it.
When emulated, now we're crossing into piracy territory here, but we'll talk about that later. When emulated and viewed in the black and white scheme, those games were good. Nestor's Funky Bowling, great, generic. Wario Land for Virtual Boy, great. Mario's Clash, I have a problem because they switched the jump and the attack button. Why would you do that in a Mario game? ? But yeah, for the most part, Virtual Boy did begin with some kind of solid foundation. It's just no one could play it for more than 20 minutes.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah, and also the reason why it was like as bad as it was, the N64 was delayed a year, and Nintendo needed something to be on the market. And I believe Gunpei was waiting for technology to develop further with virtual reality because like obviously like you want to play this stuff like in color.
It was all the rage then, yeah.
Yeah, but like they kind of like hot shot it to the market hoping that it'd be like a big hit, And it was not like and like even like it like a lot of people think that it was what caused Gunpei Yokoi to leave Nintendo. It actually wasn't. The failure was just on its own, but Gunpei Yokoi was like on the way out, but he wanted to like stick with Nintendo for a little bit longer, and then eventually he went to go work for I believe he has his own company, and then worked for Bandai to make the Wonder Swan.
Yep.
And then unfortunately he died in that unfortunate accident, car accident.
Yep.
But like the Virtual Boy again, like his legacy like touches like beyond that. Like, but like the Virtual Boy was just like rushed. Like I feel it could have been like a better like platform altogether. It had data weighted a little bit longer, maybe.
Could have been approached better.
Yeah, but the thing is too, like even though we're jumping like leagues ahead here, like it wasn't the last time Nintendo would dabble with 3D, but we'll get to that point in the timelines for sure. Like they didn't quit. The Virtual Boy was the first, but like it definitely sure wasn't the last for them.
Yep. So I remember back in back around like 2001, Nintendo released the GameCube, and it ended up being like a huge failure for Nintendo because Mario Sunshine, people were not happy with it because it wasn't what they were hoping for as a sequel to Mario 64. But
which was like amazing.
When Wind Waker came out, people were pissed when Wind Waker was announced because they were expecting a realistic Zelda game that is in line with
Space 2000,
like in the demo.
Yes,
Space 2000. Boy,
it's a shame because Wind Waker's a fantastic game, and
it still holds up.
Yeah, it's GameCube games that are just so good with the passage of time that just for some reason people were
Melee,
Mario Sunshine, Wind Waker.
GX.
The ATI graphics engine in the GameCube makes the games look somewhat ultimately smooth compared to the cinematic 36 24 frames a second cinematic view you would get on, say, an Xbox or a PlayStation 2. Mm-hmm. The GameCube kept it very pristine. They took away a lot of, not too much, but a lot or enough of that overshading, where it makes things look a little bit more fuzzy. They had to do that starting with the end of their life cycle, but just overall, seeing those games now, it just feels and looks different. Yeah. And I think that sets it apart now from systems back, 20-something years ago? Oh my God, my heart just stopped. But yeah, like it just has a very unique look to it. And I think Nintendo's ability to compensate for what they were giving a consumer paid back in dividends, especially on a collector's point of view.
Yes,
for sure. Like going back to those games now, like they really were like better than you expected. But at the time, the sensibilities of like gaming was like different. It was getting to be like more mature. You had your Halos, you had your SOCOMs, you had your Call of Duties, early Call of Duties, to be specific. But like gaming was really changing a lot, and like Nintendo again, and technically this is something that Sega started back in the 90s. That Nintendo was for kids. And we had the teens and adults in our hands.
It's like the joke of Delaware made in Wayne's World. They just never recovered.
Yep.
Yeah.
Also, I want to bring up another important piece of history for Nintendo around this time. In 2002, Hiroshi Yamauchi stepped down as the president of Nintendo Co. Ltd. And replacing him was Satoru Iwata, who came from HAL Laboratory, and this man ended up like taking Nintendo to completely different heights. While he couldn't exactly save the GameCube, he was pivotal to another point in Nintendo's era, which I'm going to get to in a minute, but I'll mention that he did a lot of programming for a lot of games from HAL. He also helped with the localization of Pokemon Red, Blue, and Yellow over here, as well as compressing Pokemon Gold and Silver enough to the point where they will be able to fit both the Johto and the Kanto regions. Because they almost had to scrap the Kanto region from Gold and Silver, but Iwata did all that. And
amazing.
Also, during under Satoru Iwata, guess what? A company that was against Nintendo for years came back. Square came back. So when Hiroshi Yamauchi stepped down, Square was like, we want to be back with you guys. And
Sure, we'll come back.
the only game they made for GameCube was Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles, but
Chronicles.
they supported the Game Boy Advance like it's their baby. Like, they brought in a lot against their first game with Game Boy Advance was Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. And then they would bring a lot of games over. They were also teaming up with a company called IQ. Or actually, they made IQ, actually. As a way to bring the GameCube to Japan, not to China.
To China, yeah.
But Nintendo would release the Nintendo DS in 2004, because E3 that year was the first appearance of a very important person, Reggie Fils-Aimé.
Yeah. I have his book. It's awesome. Buy it.
And Reggie started off by saying, "My name is Reggie. I'm about kicking ass. I'm about taking names, and we're about making games." And then
timeless quote.
Because that year's E3, we had GameCube and Game Boy Advance games,
and then a prototype for
the
DS.
DS.
And we got to see the DS. They actually announced Metroid Prime Hunters, and many others. So the DS came out in November of that year, and this year is going to mark 20 years of the DS.
Yeah, it's crazy, right?
Yep.
I know.
And then
defibrillators.
On May 14th, 2005. So there used to be the Pokemon Center in New York City. But after it closed down, which that's another story, but I'm going to talk about what replaced it. Nintendo World Store.
Yeah.
That's when it opened.
Nintendo World Store in New York.
Yep.
Great.
Which will go on to become Nintendo New York.
Yeah.
And Nintendo used this store as a way to have a lot of events, a lot of launches. People would watch E3 screenings, Nintendo Direct screenings, and everything. I'm getting a little ahead of myself, but yeah.
Absolutely.
And in 2006,
and to this day, they can still afford the real estate.
Yeah.
And in 2006, Nintendo released the Wii.
Whoa.
Wii.
Codenamed Revolution.
Yes.
Revolution.
And what a revolution it was.
Oh, it certainly was.
Because people thought that the Wii was going to flop because after the GameCube, people thought that this was it for the Wii. That this was it for Nintendo with the Wii.
To go third party. But like they I remember that all too well. Like Revolution being shown off in 2005, I believe. Like Iwata showing off a prototype that was like very freaked in. Everyone was like, "What's this little thing?" And then also they're saying, "Hey, this is also the first time they actually announced the Virtual Console in its concept."
Yep.
As well.
So you can play.
I have a great story of how I obtained my Wii, but I can save it.
We got NES, SNES, N64, TurboGrafx 16, and Sega Genesis at first. More platforms will come up later on.
Yep. Yeah. And like I also did it by saying the first reaction to seeing that remote, I think as a fan at that point, I was actually kind of lost because I was like, in my head I was like, how are you going to control certain types of games with that remote? Granted, I saw the nunchuck later on, but I was like, at that point, I think that was like the closest ever came to like being just jumping off the Nintendo train for a bit because I was like, I don't know what these guys are doing anymore. I love the DS, but like these guys are going crazy with the Wii.
What's funny?
And then 2006 happened, and
what's funny is that wasn't what sold me on the Wii. What sold me on the Wii was PlayStation fucking up with the PlayStation 3 with this $599 price.
Really?
That's what's
$599
That is fair. Like that, and then like again, I go back to watch that E3 2006 press conference. Like if there was ever like a way for them to like just like stand on their 2 feet and to say this is the Wii, this is what it's all about. Like they had like Miyamoto conducting that orchestra with the Wii remote. They had Wii Sports on stage. They had Excite Truck. They had even though Red Steel sucked. They had Red Steel with the swords and stuff like that. I'm like, and now it just like made sense. I'm like, motion control. This is like the future of gaming right here. And
I remember I was in Nintendo World when they had the E3 presentation for Wii Music, and the store associate and I looked at each other and we both went, This does not bode well.
No.
I wish I watched Nintendo. I wish I was more into Nintendo and like.
And it was at
Nintendo
this was
during that
also at
time.
the point before, like, you know, YouTube got really big and people were putting reaction videos on, and what's his name, Kirby Star or whatever, has the
Kirby
view of
TCN,
the
yeah.
giant screen at the top. This was like just before that. So
Yeah.
I really had like a very intimate like experience watching the Nintendo E3 in that store without it being crowded. It was amazing. We were, but the store associate and I looked at each other like,
Yeah, they're like, what the heck is this?
oh man, I was nervous. I was like, oh great. Now what? Now what? What do I tell all my friends who are like, Nintendo's for kids? And I'm like, no.
Like, so the Wii came out.
Yeah.
It was a huge success.
Yep,
Major
success.
especially in nursing homes.
Wii Sports was huge.
First Nintendo home console I ever got at launch.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Same.
I think technically same.
My,
but like,
my story, crazy how I got mine.
go ahead.
oh, really? Go
Tell
for
it.
it.
Okay, I'll tell the short version. I was rehearsing for a show. I stayed up all night on Amazon, hoping to click and get it. Did not get it. Was like, great. Now I'm overtired, underslept, and going into rehearsal. The rehearsal ends early, and I'm thinking to myself, you know what? I'll just go to the GameStop at this mall. I went to University of the Arts in Philadelphia. So I run from rehearsal. I get to the mall that's by all the buses and everything from Chinatown. I go to the mall. I run downstairs. The mall has just opened. GameStop just opened. I'm running this way. Gentleman from GameStop walks this way with a cart of 36 brown boxes, rattles his fingers, and looks at his store associate and goes, you know what these are? I'm second in line.
Oh wow.
Day one, we by chance.
Oh my
Wow.
I grab what I can. I take it back to my apartment. The rest is, and I still have it. My day one Wii. Rest is history. Still works.
It was
Wow.
the day one.
That's
Wii.
the short version.
Yo, the fact that you actually got that's amazing.
I know, because then
No, we
on
were scarce.
ScrewAttack.com, Pro Jared was an actor in this show called Name Tags.
I
And
remember
every episode, they would get a call. Thank you for calling. No, we don't have any Wii's in yet.
Because I remember, like, because like we've had like the Wii from 2006 up until like 2012, when Nintendo was supporting them, while Nintendo was supporting the DS from the 2004 to about like 2011 when they got
2011.
the
to
Nintendo
3DS,
3DS released that year in 2011, and
I love my 3DS. I
it
still play.
it started off very rocky, but then like once they slashed the price from 250 to 170
And gave all the early buyers those 10 free Game Boy Advance games, which I still possess.
yeah, we got
Yeah,
10 NES
right.
games and 10
10
GBA
10
games.
The ambassadors.
and also-
Ambassador certificate.
And also we had Street Pass, being able to use Street Pass everywhere.
I love Street Pass. I hope they put that back on this whatever Switch successor or whatever.
Yeah,
they're trying to
whatever
do.
it's called.
That was
Yeah.
a brilliant move.
If you would have met me and Silver back in like in the early 2010s,
Mhm.
we would have been great friends because we've been Street Passing a lot. Like we hosted a 3DS group as well.
Street Pass, New York City.
Yep.
You know, part of the.
Oh
of the
wait, I remember that. I remember hearing about that.
Oh, you
nice.
I got my 3DS in college so that I would bring it all the time to classes, hoping that I would get some street passes. I got more than I expected.
yes.
So
Plenty.
Like
But yeah, we in the group for a good while. Like Street Pass, it's part of a global Street Pass network actually.
yes.
You know, because there are groups in California, there are groups up in England, in Germany. I think South Africa had one. Dubai. It was
Great idea.
it was because like at the time, because like a lot of people were worried that Japan is densely populated. Street Pass there works more effectively. In America we're like so like widely, it'd be better in like cities, urban areas. And so but even then, like at the beginning, it was so hard to just find people with Street Passes, and so this was like our best hope.
Yep.
Which is why I love when Pokemon Go came out. I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but when Pokemon Go came out in 2016 and you see all the tourists around Christmas time with their phones out in Rockefeller Center because they have no way to catch all these Pokemon because they're in these rural areas.
Yeah.
Niantic didn't just like put them everywhere. You know what I mean? So yes, I totally agree.
you have to be in certain places to get certain Pokemon at that point. So
Right.
it was
Same
like,
with the Street Pass. You got to be in this right spot at the right time.
yeah,
Yep.
and like
Get all those puzzle pieces.
Yeah. Oh, jeez.
Oh my god.
Oh man.
I have to show you my 3DS to see how many Street Pass tags I have.
Yeah, Shell is like the most of anyone I've known practically. And like I remember the store was more or less like the central hub for Street Pass in New York City, obviously.
Mhm.
You know, and back when underground like Rockefeller's Plaza Concourse was there, we'd be there hanging out, just chilling, getting Street Passes, talking to people, and then we go back up to the store, do whatever.
I'm sure you and I have crossed paths, and we just didn't know.
I'm
sure
hell, technically, like one of my first Nintendo World events that I went to was actually the 25th anniversary of Super Mario Brothers. They had a party for that, and I remember taking a video, which is still on YouTube to this day, where Reggie shows up and Miyamoto is a surprise guest and shows up there, and I noticed like I think a year later, in front of me was Peter before I knew him, like right then and there.
Awesome.
It was crazy. Like you know each other like that, but like months later, and the 3DS comes out, and then we become like friends, and you know that's the rest is basically history. You know, again, we're jumping like far because like history.
We keep jumping around because like the other
we're ping ponging it because it's hard to like stay on a timeline because like there's so many parts here that like are like important, but also like you know there are parts of people who have jumped in, but also the parts that like are important because like of course you know we know them like a lot better because like you know we lived that basically.
Yep.
Yeah.
So while the 3DS was actually ended up being a lot successful in the end, unfortunately the Wii U was not. So they released the Wii U in 2012, and
right. I'm going to interject again. So Iwata was trying to make Nintendo Japan's Apple,
basically.
And right. So the reason the Wii U was created the way that it was so that they could create their own entertainment hub. So, you know, when you do things that are related to Nintendo IP, there would be an interconnectivity to that. And you can share and do all of those different kinds of home entertainment things and still be able to control your television remote and speak to your friends through the video camera. That's why the whole reason behind the pad was so that it could become like your home access pad. Like you could just like do things on your screen and make it like your home device. But then every company under the sun made a smartphone and everything just got left to the wayside and the hardware just wasn't quite there. It just I feel disappointed in the fact that we were just waiting so long between games for the Wii U. We were just like, don't try to be an entertainment company. Just for right now, while the ball is still rolling off the success of the Wii, just keep trying to pump it out or whatever. But the development was so difficult for third party that they were just like, we don't know what to do with this. It's a little bit esoteric. Like we understand that you want to do the 2 screen with the 3DS, but the 3DS was such an easier system to develop for.
Yeah,
I just feel bad for everybody who worked on that. I just really do.
Same here.
Yeah, and speaking as someone who was like more or less like leading one of the largest like the online Wii U communities on Reddit, you know, like I lit like I remember that day, like when Rayman Legends got delayed, like everyone was like so like defeated because like we were waiting for that game to come out.
Me too.
And Ubisoft was like, sorry guys, we're delaying it, we're putting it on PS3 360 September, and I'm like, I put on a pre-order for this thing like 2 weeks ago. What do I do? And funny enough, a bit of a butterfly effect. I ended up getting Monster Hunter Ultimate on Wii U. That was my first Monster Hunter game. But like the Wii U era was tough because like right now a lot of people like romanticizing it, but like I tend to like tell people like, hey, you know, if you were there, like if you really remember being in that era of Nintendo, it was miserable.
It was
tough.
It was a tough time to be a fan.
It was.
That was when I first really started to like monitor like gaming news and directs was during the Wii U 3DS era. So I know.
Yeah,
it was tough.
Like I was trying to like lead the charge for the community because like I was trying to keep people excited because I'm like, hey, these games are launching. Let's give them like all of our you know our hype or whatever. You know, I was really pushing for the Nindies on eShop because like that's when they could really pushed for indie games. Like I think that's what like I really got to interface more with indie games like when they were pushing that for eShop. I'm like, let's like, support these developers. I got to talk to so many wonderful people in that era. I'm like, let's these guys are actually trying to pump out some good games for the system. Let's get them your support, because like a lot of people were like just crestfallen. A lot of people hated Ubisoft, for example. EA was public enemy number one for a lot of Wii U owners.
They were.
Like, we could never live down, John Riccatello walking up on stage at E3 talking about this unprecedented partnership. Yeah, and showing Battlefield, and I'm like, nothing happened. Like they did Madden, they did FIFA, and then they just went away.
They went away, and
Mass Effect.
But honestly,
go ahead, Joe.
With the Wii U era, we did, however, get something that was pivotal in a more positive. Like we got something pivotal. We got Amiibo.
Yes.
Amiibo.
When Super Smash Bros. For Wii U came out and 3DS.
Does it carry him in his shirt?
That shelf right there, that's where the Amiibo's at.
I love it.
Mine's behind the huge grimoire over here, or armoire over here. Sorry.
Yep.
Splatoon as well on the Wii U. That was a big one.
Oh my god.
Yes, that was a very smart way to bring in a franchise, and also to incorporate a family friendly idea of an arena shooter.
Yeah. So again, the Wii U was like the paradigm, because like this is when like the newer developers were kind of starting to step up. Yeah. In Nintendo, because a lot of people were kind of like, I won't say they were tired of, but like the old guard was still like trying to change over a bit more. Miibo doesn't really direct games anymore. He's more like of an overseer. That kind of stuff. Granted, Aonuma is still like hands-on-ish, but like we have like guys like Fujibayashi, who are like directing like Breath of the Wild or whatever.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the experiences then, of course, against Smash Brothers, was Smash Brothers, because Sakurai, we still had Sakurai there. But like I'm not thinking back of like a lot of things that they tried back then. Bayonetta 2, for example, that being Platinum Games on Wii U, basically. Bayonetta 2, The Wonderful 101, technically Star Fox Zero.
Yep.
I am a Star Fox Zero apologist.
Yep. But
right.
Also,
I can elaborate later.
Nintendo started Nintendo Directs in 2011. And we still get them to this day. And also, we also got so I remember, in addition to Nintendo Directs, Nintendo, starting in 2013, they were no longer going to have like those big like stage presentations at E3, and instead they were going to do digital events for E3 up until like when E3 now ceased to exist.
Yeah. To your to kind of parallel that, the rise of video game entertainment on YouTube really started to shoot up around that time, to 2011 until the Switch. You get a lot of these Nintendo fans trying to do a lot of nostalgia entertainment, and they try to say, I hope something comes next. But we really saw the rise of people just wanting to show how big of a fan they were and how hopeful they were that this company could produce something even bigger and better coming up. But we saw so much of that we, I mean, I can't speak for myself, but there were a lot of children, a lot of youths who watched YouTube, and especially those creators creating those kinds of, pieces of entertainment. And I think it actually helped to keep Nintendo relevant during that whole time, because all they did was kept talking about how much better it was in the past and how nostalgic it was, before this whole era. What do we have now? Let's go through our virtual console. I think it really kept the spirit of why we remember Nintendo going into this pantheon of gaming history. But that's just my point of view on it.
Yeah,
no, you're right.
And
that's good.
Unfortunately, the worst thing that happened during the Wii U era was the passing of Satoru Iwata. He
that was a hard hit.
He unfortunately passed away back in July of 2015 through a bile duct growth that actually got a lot. At first, it went in remission, and then it came back and got a lot worse. And
Yeah.
unfortunately, that's what ultimately would
God.
cause his passing.
I remember like watching the directs like before his passing and noticing like how thinner he was getting, and I'm like, like it's like in the back of your mind, but you don't really think about it like as much because you're like, he's recovering, he's still pretty joyful. Like even though he's like obviously going through this, this sickness, whatever, he's still trying to do his best to put on a bright, a smiling face for everybody. Still trying to work to the best of everyone's ability. And the thing is, like, when he died, like again, it was felt throughout the industry.
Yeah.
I remember going to the Nintendo World Store when it was like putting down tributes and stuff like that. It was amazing stuff. Like it was just wonderful. Like everyone stopped just for a moment just to like honor him.
Yep.
Yeah.
If anybody ever gets a chance to, they just released. I forget the publisher, but they released.
Nintendo Force was part of it.
Yes, it was. It's Nintendo Force, which actually I have a subscription for my son. Go me. But they put out a book of all of his interviews from the Iwata Asks series, and which actually aligns with history itself. But after we're done talking through Nintendo's history, I do want to revisit this because I think it's a very crucial point that we need to remember. But Shellshock, please continue. Or if you had anything, random bystander here.
I just remember like everything you all said. It was just a big impact. He made such a big impact with Nintendo and the gaming industry. I made a video like going through like the Game Awards and how Nintendo affected by them. I didn't realize the year like that Iwata passed away, like the Game Awards themselves like took like a good 10 minutes to talk about, like, reflect on Iwata's death, like talking about how man he was, a speech from Reggie, photo montage. They even had like a song played in his honor, and I'm just like, that was surreal knowing the Game Awards of what they are now and seeing them like really honor this man who was a huge impact in gaming. Like they took the time to do that, and they did that for a reason, because Iwata really changed the game.
He did.
Right.
To Nintendo, and it would not have been the same without him.
It would
like
not.
He wasn't just like a suit or like just a business guy. He was the dude. Again, like it says on the back on the business card, the president.
He was probably the last, like either one of the last or the last like CEO.
The last great CEO, basically,
to have ever been like passionate about video games.
He was to Nintendo what Triple H now is to WWE.
To WWE, yeah. Honestly,
you got a wrestler who actually like learned how to work the business, and after being in it himself, he just took the reins, and that's exactly what Iwata did. He was a game developer, and he was like, I'm sure that we can do something magical with this knowledge that I have and actually make it into wisdom.
Exactly. And I just want to throw this out there. I hate having to give attention to these people. Well, I just want to say this. I hated the fact that right before his death, people wished death threats because they did not like the E3 that year.
The E3 that year.
Oh, I remember that.
And almost, sorry.
Like one of the last tweets that he did out, like he actually apologized for the event, basically, like through Nintendo's Twitter, I believe.
That was one of the last things he said publicly. Like, he apologized for it, and he got a lot of death threats, and most of those people did not apologize.
Yeah,
like
it was again very very strange time to be like a fan.
Yeah,
because like
it was.
It was Nintendo's lowest point.
Lowest point.
It was
really,
a low point that carried into 2016. Although 2016, we did get Pokemon Go, but that's more for the Pokemon company. And Nintendo also released the NES Mini.
NES Classic Mini, yeah.
NES Classic, which I have it somewhere around there.
Everyone was just
that system, and that system, when that system had advertisements in the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, Los Angeles Times, Chicago Tribune. Like, there were people who are our age who are doing legitimate corporate business, illegitimate corporate business, and the other, but who are our age bracket. And all of a sudden, here is this one-shot way for them to revisit their childhood. And then it sold like hotcakes, no wonder, because it was the most simple way to get their childhood in their hands.
Yep.
And they can plug it into their desk TV at work, or they can just plug it into a television at home. and just relive whatever nostalgic childhood that they wanted to associate with that system. And it worked. It worked, and it worked at just the right time before that next system came out.
Yep.
Yeah.
And also around this time, Nintendo appointed Tatsumi Kimishima as the president of Nintendo in Japan around this time, which a position he would hold for 2 years.
Right.
And Nintendo would announce Nintendo Switch.
Formerly known as the NX.
Yep. And then when Nintendo Switch came out, it caused a huge shakeup in the video game world, the video game landscape. When Breath of the Wild came out on Switch
on day one.
I'm telling you, it goes back to that preview trailer. The moment that actor pulled out the system from the dock, everyone went, and that moment, the industry changed. In that moment, and people realized that 7 years later, everyone, we've all got them right here. There's your screenshot.
Yep.
7 years later, from that initial pull, an industry was revolutionized.
Yeah. I go back, like, it's also crazy to look back, like watch that trailer compared to the Wii U like trailer. It is a night and day difference.
Oh my god.
They tell you what it's called. How does it work? Where you can it's a console and a handheld. And you can take it to the airport. You can take it in the car. Take it to a basketball game for some reason. But it communicated it like so well, and I'm like it is it's like they learned from all the mistakes of the Wii U marketing, because the marketing then was just honestly dog water. Sometimes it just was not good.
Sometimes you just gotta show and not tell.
And not tell, really. I think that's the problem with the Wii U. They really tried to tell this is what we're going to do with Wii U. This is how it's going to revolutionize games. But even Nintendo themselves didn't have the game that really made a case for it. The only game I feel that made a strong case for the gamepad, I think, to me, in my mind, there were two games that ever used it the right way. It was Mario Maker, and it was Zombie U.
Zombie U, yes.
Yeah.
And the Nintendo Switch now is currently the third best-selling system of all time, behind both the PlayStation 2 and the Nintendo DS.
Yeah.
And it possibly might get higher.
We'll see.
It could get higher.
We'll
see how it goes.
There's still time. But Nintendo released the Switch. We got it. The Switch is still doing very well to this day. Unfortunately,
beyond well.
The Nintendo Switch family of systems.
Sadly, it's not there. There isn't without controversy with the Switch, because there was a copyright infringement from. There was this company called Game Vice who tried suing Nintendo, and that obviously didn't go anywhere because they thought because it was a patent infringement.
On the interlocking Joy-Con technology.
And also, there have been a couple of other controversies with Nintendo on the Switch era. Though
Joy-Con Drift.
Joy-Con Drift was another one. There was a lawsuit, which Nintendo actually won that lawsuit, much to a lot of people's chagrin. And also, replacing Tatsumi Kimishima because of his age, they went with Shantaro Furukawa as his replacement. And Reggie Fils-Aimé decided to step down in 2019. And Doug Bowser, who joined Nintendo in 2015, replacing Scott Moffat as the marketing and vice president of Nintendo, ended up taking over.
Right.
Well, look at what the Switch marketed as. I mean, of course he got that job.
Exactly.
Yeah.
What he did. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Pretty much.
And
The
the main other things in regards to Nintendo with the Switch era, while obviously there was a lot of things about it that's amazing, there are a few things that unfortunately just didn't really hit the mark. There have been a couple of lawsuits that happened. We talked about the Joy-Con Drift lawsuit briefly, but There have been lawsuits of people who have been trying to distribute ROMs for Nintendo Switch. Like, there's ironically enough, one person named Gary Bowser who unfortunately like was caught because he did a lot of 3DS emulation and also like just hacking and all that. He was part of a group called, what was the group called again?
Team Executor.
Yes.
Who were notorious for 3DS and I believe Switch piracy.
Yes.
But mostly 3DS because like it was very like lucrative to the point where like they had their own like ecosystem and they were like locking out people who were like they bricked people's systems who were using the competition, and it was a whole operation all to itself. And I believe he arrested and charged for that stuff.
And now he has to pay like millions of dollars for the rest of his life.
Basically, and then not even to get into the nitty-gritty, but like I think also like the rise of like stuff like Yuzu, like that was like a very odd time with like current gen emulation, crazy stuff. Like Nintendo has been no stranger to controversies and lawsuits, whether it's like again stuff when it comes to Switch, when it comes to Yuzu, or even stuff with like YouTube with the YouTube Creators Program that they had,
Yep.
like.
And also one controversy that I do want to bring up that. I was originally not expecting to bring this up, but this happened back in 2020. So there was a tournament that ended up getting canceled called the Big House.
That's right.
All right.
Yes.
And so many people for the past for a good whole month and a half would flood every single Nintendo post with free Melee. Because
free Melee, say Smash.
Yep.
Yeah.
And but what pissed me off was there was this one time, like, Nintendo was actually asking people to share their stories about, like, Mario. Someone talked about, like, their time playing Mario games with their dad, and then unfortunately, like, their dad passed away. So many people were like, who cares? Free Melee.
Yeah. Again, all things are like time and place, because, like, it's always, like, again, I feel like this is also, like, the point where social media, like, really, like, hooks in to this stuff, because, like, like, it really, like, a lot of people have been, like, very particular with Nintendo, because like Nintendo was I feel like a lot of people felt like that the golden years are behind them. Like Iwata's gone, Reggie's gone. The golden days are like over. It's like more corporate, whatever.
They have no idea because there's a lot of things even under Iwata and during Reggie that things happen, like the Creators Program as you mentioned. But go ahead, you were gonna say something, Jeremy?
Yeah, I was just going to allude to just the unfortunate impulsivity of and I said it before we even started the broadcast that we are all gentlemen of a certain age but also of a certain wisdom, and through this we are able to, what I like to call, elevate the conversation, because a lot of video game fans of course are either children, teenagers, early 20s, college, and then into that foreseeable future. Yeah. But for us, and where we understand from an experience standpoint, living and at least being in a world, at least I don't know if I can speak for everybody here, but I mean, from an analog childhood to a digital adulthood, you kind of get a grasp of that impulsivity and how people need to understand that time slows down for no one. Yeah. It doesn't slow for anybody. So with a company like Nintendo that treats itself like a Disney, and we talk about history, Nintendo is extremely conscious of moving forward and continuously moving forward. The Monday after Super Smash Bros. Ultimate was released, and I am paraphrasing a little bit from Kit and Krista's podcast after they had done Nintendo Minute and everything, and now they're on their own. So when they were speaking about their time at Nintendo and the Monday after Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, after Kit and Krista both worked their butts off trying to get this thing marketed and released, and they knew that it was going to sell, but they worked really hard to make sure that it was correct. Masahiro Sakurai put in his, whatever brilliance he did for his fan service. They came in Monday and said, oh, and their bosses or whoever in their usual Monday meeting said, all right, what were the numbers for Ultimate? Great. All right, so our next projects are no congratulations, no accolades, no good jobs, no pats on the back. It was business as usual.
Yes.
Nintendo is a company that does handle itself that way, and that is also why, as they are a forward-moving company in terms of business, which is an extremely Japanese way of doing things, their whole business model is based off of looking towards the future. They are not a nostalgic company. They're not like a Disney. They treat everything that they do with the idea that we can do better next time, and that they keep moving up. And this is why they have money stashed in a bank. They're able to have the luxury of saying, yeah, we have Nintendo Switch Online or whatever, but it's not their focal point. That's why people are like, why don't they release this? Why don't they release that? Rare came in and said, hey, maybe we can pull back the reins a little bit. Illumination said to Shigeru Miyamoto and said to Takashi Tezuka, hey, maybe we can add a little bit more character to Bowser. Now we're starting to see a Nintendo that is beginning to recognize what their cultural impact is on a global scale.
Yep.
Back when we were kids, the internet was this sit-down place where you actually physically sat down and went onto the internet and got your information, and then you could go and tell all your friends on the school yard, hey, here are the rumors that I'm hearing. I don't know why that happened. So we are at a point now. We are at a point now where the internet has become this ubiquitous thing that anybody anywhere can just respond, can react. Unfortunately, impulsively. And for the most part, it comes from the wrong people.
Yep.
The tools that Nintendo uses to create memories is not evergreen. It is ever forward. And so everything that we see here, yes, for a fan who is willing to actually pay legit money and get these items into their hands, sure, that is for you. I am a proponent of piracy only as a means of preservation. When all of the power goes out, when all of the batteries have been drained, and all we have left of video game preservation is this. Yeah. It's the written word. It's interviews. It's books like Iwata asks. It's Nintendo Power magazines. It's the written word. It's the code that Nintendo is keeping from the public domain like a huge lock and key, distress, that it's their job to finally put out a museum after how many years, and they're the only ones that are controlling it. There is a certain way that faults them under the nostalgia umbrella, but we have the written word. And we as people, as a society who are into this, and especially gamers, understand the impact and the importance of specific types of piracy, but also understanding that once those codes are sourced and collected, we have preservation. 90% of films made before 1927 are either lost to time or destroyed. We cannot allow this to happen to video games. We are already losing people just because of old age. We are losing stories because Nintendo has such a hard NDA on people who even leave the company from the R&D 1 development in Japan. It's still intact. People, developers become afraid to discuss these stories. So when it comes down to understanding that Nintendo is not a quote-unquote evil corporation. That's not it. They have a business model. And as long as we are able to participate in that business model, we as fans are able, in our own way, to service that fandom and to service that nostalgia and to service that history. And it's up to us to create books like this and to retain books like this and to understand that when our children, should we choose to have them, I have two, they want to be a part of it, then we can incorporate community. Yep. And we can incorporate that history and allow my son to go to conventions like he will in August. It's going to be his first one. Oh. And I'm so excited for him to understand that, yes, this is a hobby for some. It is a profession for others. But for people like us who want to elevate the conversation, it is now time to talk about the hard truth that once we're gone, there are still going to be Mario games coming out that we're never going to be able to play.
Exactly.
Yep. Pretty much.
Honestly, you have said it way better than I know for a fact that I ever could, and thank you for that, Jeremy.
Yeah.
But that being said, so I will say we do have a new venture for Nintendo. So in 1993 they did release a movie. They teamed up with Hollywood Pictures called the Super Mario Bros. Movie. And it's as a action movie of its own right. Take the name Mario away. Take all these the names of these characters out. It would be a pretty solid movie from the 90s. But because of the fact that it's attached to Mario, it's not really that good. But it did not do well, and obviously Nintendo did not like it. But it's part of the history. And it's like if you were to ask Nintendo today about it, like, yes, it happened. Let us speak no more of it. But that being said, it took us 30 years to get a new Mario movie that came out last year. So Nintendo teamed up with Illumination to make the Mario movie. They started work on it sometime in the 2010s, and we first got like info on the cast,
which is also a part of Iwata's vision of bringing Nintendo to a wider audience.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
We first got news on the cast back in 2021. I remember the first time people reacted to Chris Pratt being the voice of Mario. I was not really sure about that. I was like,
yep.
It was interesting.
There was,
I've seen so many reactions. I think I was just like, oh, what? Because I was just like, what?
No, like, I just couldn't really believe it. The only casting that I was absolutely on board for more than anything was Jack Black as Bowser, and in the movie, without spoiling anything, I'll say this right now, he fucking nailed it.
Of course, he's Jack Black.
Ironically enough, Chris Pratt was actually pretty solid as Mario. If anything, I was actually disappointed with Seth Rogen as Donkey Kong. I was expecting more out of that, but everything else. Yeah.
I was like, also I really did like Anya Taylor-Joy as Peach.
Same.
Yeah, I got because I love the Queen's Gambit, and like I was like so good to see her in that film, and she did a really good Peach.
Yep.
I really liked Charlie Day's Luigi. I just felt like I wish they did more with him in the film.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then it's like Nintendo also announced a couple months ago they announced that there's going to be a live action Zelda movie with Sony Pictures. They also got Avi Arad involved, who many people know him for his work with Marvel. Like, he did a lot of Marvel over the years, especially all the Spider-Man movies.
Yep. Raimi trilogy.
Yep. And so that's coming out in a couple of years. We don't know when. It's
in the far-flung future.
And
honestly, now we're never like I realize we're in a golden age for like video game adaptations.
But
I was like, because like Fallout just came out on Prime Video, and I heard it's really good.
And the technology is there to do so too.
Yep.
Yeah.
But
exactly.
I will stop the history talk here so we can move on, because for something that's supposed to be brief, we spent a lot more time than I thought.
Oh, way more.
It's a history podcast. It's all good.
That's fine.
Yeah.
So
a country that's over a company that's over like 100 years old. Yeah, there's a lot to talk about.
So now that is Nintendo's history that I was able to bring up tonight. Now let's talk about our history. We'll start off with our personal history with Nintendo, and Jeremy, we'll go with you first.
All right. Before I have some random bystander here just staring at me. Double entendre. You're welcome. I'll be here all next week. It used to be on YouTube before the COPPA Act came into play, but my father was fortunate enough to film me getting my NES. It was the holiday season of '89, and I was 4 years old, and how do I describe this? So I opened it up, and it took my feeble little mind a moment to kind of process what has been bestowed upon me.
Yeah.
And I kind of knew that this was going to be a forever thing for me. It's hard to explain. But I think that the best explanation that I can give is actually when I received my Super Nintendo 2 years after that. When I was 6. My cousin, I'll never forget it, said that to this day, she has never seen someone more accepting of a gift in their entire life.
Wow.
My Super Nintendo and the Super Nintendo is my favorite console toy, if you will, ever. There is a lot packed into that. My history with Nintendo then goes into my art. I incorporated tap dance into my love of Nintendo music. I've been able to help my wife do this show called Press Start for a children's theater.
Yep.
So in a way, my brief history with Nintendo, as obviously you can see, it's everywhere around me, is not without a very special attachment to my parents in all of this.
Yeah.
My parents are solely responsible for purchasing every home Nintendo console that I currently own. And there is this, and actually I can almost prove it in a way. When Iwata passed, every single Nintendo Switch and every single Pro Controller has underneath I believe the right stick, if you tilt it up and look under, it has some kind of a message in there. And you can look this up online too. To Iwata. And every single copy of hardware of Nintendo Switch has an unplayable, heavily encrypted code of the game Golf for the NES embedded in it.
Yes.
Yeah.
I attribute that sensibility of a spirit living within something of an inanimate object, and forgive me, I forget what the name is or the term that it is in Japanese, but I attribute that to my folks. And all of my systems are upstairs underneath my television. So I know that, God forbid, when the time comes, and it may come, whenever, that I can look upon those and understand that my hobby has been created under the work of hardworking people, and that my parents worked too hard for me not to be great in whatever I apply my mind to. So I took this love of Nintendo and this history that I have with Nintendo and incorporated it into a lot of different fibers of my being. Into my art, into my music, into the way that I carry myself, the introduction to YouTube, Twitch, and podcasting just before the pandemic started, and this whole idea of, figuring out why we're nostalgic for things stemmed from the love of these IPs, of these characters that they aren't necessarily endearing, but they're memorable. They are placed in the ethos under our personal control. We control these characters. Every game that is a copy is going to be played differently because this is not a passive medium. It is a very interactive medium. It's a very essential core of what we're doing right now. All of us talking here on this, all of this was created by people who had a love for technology, for bringing character and putting story into that technology, and being able to put smiles on people's faces.
Yep.
It certainly did for me. It certainly does for my children. And we're able to share in that. And I think that my history with this company, which roughly translates to leave luck to heaven, I mean, we create our own luck. Same way as we control the characters that were created for us to enjoy. And for those who push down and punch back and console war this and this is better, everyone is in this for the same reason, is that we all love the interactivity of delving into brand new worlds and hearing new stories and understanding the connection we have with new characters. Nintendo is the pinnacle of what it means to be a video game company in 2024. And it also is a pinnacle for where entertainment will be moving forward should they play their cards right in terms of entertainment, in terms of community, and in terms of how we're able to share this together over this ubiquitous thing we call the internet.
Yep.
Indeed.
Absolutely. Silver?
So, God, how do I follow that?
I'm actually excited to hear all your stories. I'm very excited. This is what it's all about to me.
Funny thing, so my history with Nintendo. Funny enough, I found this all while we were talking about it. I found out that the day after I was born was when they released the Mario movie, the first Mario movie, 1993. So I'm like, wow, that is crazy. But like for real though, for me, it starts in the PS1 and N64 era. You know, that was like when it was 97. GoldenEye had just come out. My siblings had their own N64, and my brother was kicking my sister's ass in GoldenEye just easily. And so my sister was like, "Here, you play." And so imagine me, 4 years old, trying to like handle a 3-pronged controller. How the hell do I play this thing? You know, granted I get smoked as well, but like, you know, I'm like, wow, like, you know, this is like, this is really interesting. Eventually, like, you know, nothing really comes up with that. Like after a while, like my sister gets her own Game Boy, my brother gets his own PlayStation. You know, I'm still like learning a bit about games here and there through them. And like I get my own system, my own 64 in 2001. Actually, like this is like near the end of the cycle, basically. Like I get because like my mom and my dad, they split like I think in like 98. Eventually I can move to Jamaica, like actual country, you know, Jamaica. For reasons I can't really explain on the podcast, but I go there. You know, I'm with like extended family. I don't really know anybody. You know, my dad's like, you know, here's an N64 with a ton of games and all 4 controllers. You know, how do I make friends? How do I get to like really communicate with people? Video games. You know, like I would, you know, invite the people who I know over to like sit down and play Smash Brothers. You know, we all take turns playing Mario 64. I play a lot of Quake 2 on N64. That was like one of my very favorite like FPSs. Rush 2, you know, Mario Kart 64, a lot of great racing games. Like the N64 was like my real start. Like while the PS2 and the Xbox and the GameCube were still very much popular in Jamaica, still like the N64 was still like a king among like these consoles. Like I would have like people who would like, you know, share cartridges with me. You know, we'd sit down, we play, we'd enjoy all this stuff. And as I learn more about the stuff, you know, I get to have cable in my house. You know, Jamaica's still taking its time getting to like modernize. And I remember one of the channels that we had was G4. Yeah. And specifically enough, the day I remember like watching it for the first time, it was the launch of the DS. So they had an all-day like launch day special where like, you know, it was 2 screens. On the top screen was like the regular G4 programming, and on the bottom screen they had nonstop DS trailers, like, you know, of all the games, Mario 64 DS, Rayman DS, Ridge Racer, all of them. And like I remember calling my dad and saying like, "Hey, like I've been watching this channel on the TV and this thing called the DS." My dad at the time worked at Rockefeller Center, and he was like literally right across from the Nintendo World store. You know, if I'd go to his office, like I would look down from the 7th floor down, and there's a store right there, you know, with the Pokemon branding, all the stuff. And I'm like, can I go in for Christmas? Basically, he's like, yeah. I walked past the store the other day, and I saw it like in the, you know, being displayed or whatever. And I remember getting the DS for that Christmas, and it was like super pumped, very very happy. You know, obviously, like I'm over the moon because like it's like the first like truly modern system I had. Like my sister had her PS2 and I played on that, but it was her PS2, that wasn't mine. Like I never got a chance to play on a GameCube until way later on. Like that was like 2005 before 2005 actually. But like, I knew it existed, obviously, but I just never had the means to like play that. I had my N64, and so my DS was like, to me, like that was like I was like on the cusp of Mario game, like two screens, touch screen, all that stuff. Like I had the thing like strapped to my side like at all times. I played so many games, like I experienced so many different franchises on that system, so many genres for the first time, honestly. And that was where I really was like more of a portable gamer. Like consoles were great and all, but I just love the idea of like being able to like take your games with you on the go. Like that was like home consoles were phenomenal, but like I loved being able to like be like, hey, I'm on a bus to school. Let me play my DS and like play some Mario for a bit, And eventually, when the DSi came out, it was like my iPod. Like I could listen to music and everything, take fake pictures and stuff like that. And as I like learned more and more about like being into games, being into Nintendo specifically, like at the time Nintendo was still vaguely cool. Sony and Microsoft were still there. You had your Halos, you had your GTAs, but like I was still the Nintendo guy. I was a kid around who had the Game Boy. I was the game head, as they called me when I was like a kid.
Yep.
And like I found like a huge sense of community in like just being like a DS guy, because like I remember in high school, like I've always told Shell the story where in high school, in assembly one time, my old high school, we do assembly in this little like church area, and our class was on the balcony part of it instead of like on the bottom. I remember pulling out my DS to play Mario Kart DS, and I was like whispering, everyone got a DSs, and like there's like several other guys from other classes around me, and we're like, yeah, let's play. So we're all there playing Mario Kart DS. Like the teachers don't even the teachers don't really come up there because like they're like, oh, we behave ourselves, like, we're all good, and we're all playing. And in the middle of assembly, while the principal's talking, someone shouts because they got hit with a blue shell, and everyone was like, what the hell was that? And we all had to scramble and like stuff our DSs in our bags because like because we want to get ratted out. And I'm like, man, it was like a rush because I'm like, dang, like like I'm pretty sure like I knew who some of these guys were, but also it was a shared experience of like gaming, like you almost like renegading because like I look back at that, I'm like, man, like that was like truly something special. And then like wanting to find more of that community, I loved like stuff like DS download play because like I didn't like if I had a DS and I had a bunch of games and it's like oh, I wish I had that game. I have download play, come play multiplayer with me, like my history is like so common because like it goes like many different directions, but like it's all still ties to Nintendo. When I got my DSi, that was like my first time really interfacing with like forums online. I was on the Nintendo Life forums a lot. I got to really use like the DSi browser, for example. There were like a lot of like sites that were made for the browser that I got to like be a part of. Like there were like a lot of like little mini social networks. This is like Facebook was around, but like this is like slightly pre-Twitter, slightly pre like Miiverse, obviously. Like there were a lot of people who were like on these like sites like daily, and like I was like more or less like managing like a social network for a bunch of like kids and tweens my age who were just trying to like communicate with each other. And so there's so many games that were just played. Flipnote Studio obviously was like a big thing for a lot of people. The art style games, Mario vs. Donkey Kong, and as I got to like learn more about the internet and the wider community, I got to like get the 3DS. Eventually, I meet ShellshockPrime. I get to like be a part of Street Pass NYC and get to like be outgoing in New York because like I came back to New York in 2010. I got to be around Nintendo World and a lot of the community of in Nintendo in New York, and like I just found myself really just enamored of like this. How many different people were like coming all together for these games? Like it's not just like in my head, like whenever I was like with my people back in Jamaica, like it was always like the same people. Obviously, like I know some people who were like into games. Games were like a very, very niche hobby. People were like more into like music or whatever. But like when I came back to America, and I'm like, there's like all sorts of people, who were like into the games, and I'm like, it just really just blew me away. Like finding that community of people who just loved it. So I played, and I loved to play everything. I played Mario, I played Zelda, I played like I'm pretty sure like Rhythm Heaven was like my first like true like experience with like rhythm games, Elite Beat Agents, all those games I remember playing. and as I dip more into community, like I start like moderating communities on Reddit. You know, I got to moderate the Wii U subreddit for like a number of years, leading the Wii U community there. And then as I'm online more on Twitter, you know, I got to meet like some of the people, Nintendon, you know, wonderful person. I got to meet like just like a lot of like just great like creators. Like just again, the YouTube boom at the time was like just phenomenal, and like being able to talk to people from Go Nintendo and Nintendo Life and all these sites. You know, I got to be part of a site, for example. It's no site people probably forget because it's like very, very tiny. It's a small outfit from Britain called Nintendo Scene. I got to like write for those guys. Like I went to these events at the store, and then I'd go back and like I'd write about like how they went, yada. And I got to be involved in like game journalism. And then like after a while, you know, I'm like, hey, you know, I've been playing games for like such a long time. Like, wouldn't it be neat if I just like made them? You know? And so I go to school. I go to college to like learn how to make video games, and it's a tough going because like, you know, it's, you know, as I learn more about the industry and how it can really be a tough place to be in, you know, like, you know, in terms of like just dedication, hard work, and also just like a lot of this hours and hours and hours, you know. And then this is like all the time like of like AAA and like indie and all that stuff, but I still had Nintendo to like really keep me buoyed because like, you know, the Wii U at the time was still very much unloved by a lot of people. You know, and I was like more or less like the champion of the Wii U at my college because like everyone would see me in the common room area. I'd have like, you know, I used to run a club. I'd have like Smash Brothers. I would have Mario 3D World. I would have like Runbow, like all these games that people probably would never see on their Wii U because like they probably would have only like wait 1 or 2 games. And I was like, come over here, come play with us. You know, like I was very much a proponent of like local co-op multiplayer because like I feel like I saw like the best in people like when they were just sitting down having a good time, you know. Like I really loved like just seeing people like just commune with each other, you know, with games, you know. Like it really gives them to like really break down the barriers that just between them, like whatever barriers that they perceive, and just sit down to play a game. And like going like even further into like the history, like going back to like meeting, you know, like heroes more or less. Like I got to meet Reggie 3 different times, Pete. You know, like I got to go to E3 for the first time, first and only time because E3 is dead now.
Yeah, E3 is dead, so
yeah. I got to like be like in that, you know, that rarefied air. You know, the Switch's first year at E3. You know, and it was like truly like a crazy hype cycle. You know, I got to meet Bill Trinan. I got to bump shoulders with Kimishima actually at one point, which was really funny because like we bumped each other. I was like, sorry. He's about his head and just walked away. I got to meet Matt and Aaron Bozon, the creators of Shantae. I got to meet like just so many like just crazy talented people who I played their games and I've heard of them, you know, in like in magazines and in websites and seeing interviews and then seeing them just like as people, you know. It really just like threw me for a loop, and like seeing the scale of like gaming at that point, you know, seeing E3 like it was like truly like was a revelation because like Nintendo, its booth part big, filled with people, but also like you see like how it slots into like the whole wider world of gaming, and the fact that they're still there, still strong even after the Wii U years. You know, I'm like I've been through that hell. You know, like I've seen the crap that's happened, but like the fact that they're still standing. That first year of the Switch honestly will be like so memorable for many different reasons, you know. And like for me, like I think the thing that's carried me on for the longest while was just like the fact that their games, you know, no matter how, you know, weird they were, no matter how offbeat they were, like I was always a champion of like the non, you know, main games, you know, your Rhythm of Heavens, your Endless Oceans, your Another Codes, you know, Elite Beat Agents, all those games that people don't think Nintendo immediately for a jump. You know, I always loved seeing that stuff from them, and like I just felt that like being able to like champion those games was like my sort of like push, you know, to be like a huge like, you know, content creator or whatever on Twitch, because like I feel like I wanted to push those games more and more and more as a Nintendo fan, you know, not just like the Marios, that's the Zeldas, and I do love them obviously, but also like just showing that all these games are still worthy of like people's time and effort, you know. My history goes like in so many different directions. It's hard like to let this all so well, but for me, Nintendo's been there from practically the very beginning, in a way. My dad, rest his soul, gave me an N64. He was like he was like the one who brought me into gaming. My mom wasn't really for it, but like I feel I love her regardless, because I remember when I got the Wii in 2006, the first game I got her to sit down for wasn't actually Wii Sports.
Mhm.
It was actually Trauma Center, because she's a nurse, and she was like very engaged with me, like doing like operations and stuff like that. But in terms of like just gaming, like that was like me and my dad, primarily. I talked to him about like latest games. He obviously still works by the store. He'd see like, hey, like what's been out lately. Like what are they working on? And I'd really love to see, what games are you working on? Because like when I was into games, like obviously I got into games because of Nintendo. And I really wanted to just really keep that spirit going. Because I felt like if I could create like smiles, if I could like create that kind of happiness that Nintendo has done, then I wanted to be a part of that too. I wanted to be part of that industry. And yeah, like honestly, it's my spirit in a nutshell. It's very, very hard to like coalesce into like one like whole thing, because like honestly, I can go into like several different directions easily. But the great thing here is that like it's been a critical part of my life, and like without Nintendo, it's hard to really imagine who I would be as a person, like now more than ever. So
yeah, that's a very good story, dude.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so Random, your turn. Your history with Nintendo.
Oh my goodness. So, the earliest Nintendo console I remember owning, well, handheld, I guess, was I remember my sister and I each getting our own Game Boys, and I got a copy of Pokemon Blue. My sister had a copy of Pokemon Yellow. Didn't matter. I wound up using both anyway. And I was like, oh, this is really cool. I like Pokemon. Pokemon's really great. And but at the same time, I wouldn't say I was a fan of Nintendo or gaming. I just said I liked Pokemon. But then I remember one Christmas, I got an interesting electronic console wrapped around the tree, and that console was the Nintendo 64. And along with that game, can you guess what was bundled with that console?
Mischief Makers.
No. If only. It was Hey You Pikachu. So
nice.
Yeah,
all right.
Yeah, so my mom was like, he likes Pokemon, so and like I got that copy. But the thing was, my parents couldn't really afford to get me a lot of games. So I couldn't really enjoy a lot of the Nintendo 64 library. So I played Hey You Pikachu.
Oh, wow.
I wound up just spending hours talking to a Pikachu while playing a games. People wonder why I became a streamer. So I eventually, one of my neighbors wound up selling their Nintendo 64 and their games to me. So that gave me access to a bunch of games, including Mario Kart 64, Mario Party 1.
Yep.
I think I had GoldenEye, but my parents wouldn't let me have it because I was too young at the time. And Ocarina of Time, which you would think I would fall in love with that game, but at the time I was so young, I turned on the game, saw the opening of Ganondorf, like going, turned it off because I got so scared and didn't play it for years.
Oh, wow.
So along with that, my parents got me also a PlayStation later on, and it was either Hey You Pikachu and some other games or Spyro. Spyro won at the time. So, well, Spyro 2, but Spyro won the competition. So for a while, I was a Sony kid. It wasn't until my cousins, I was over their house, and I noticed that they had a Nintendo GameCube. The Nintendo GameCube, they had Super Mario Sunshine and Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. And I was like, what are those games? They look cool. I want them. And again, my parents really couldn't afford anything. Fast forward, I think it was around 2006, and I sometime when I was in middle school.
Yeah.
So aging myself there. And it was around 2006, and I'll tell you why I remember. And while the Wii was coming out or about to come out, it was hard to get a copy. So my mom was like, "You want a GameCube?" So I got because it was more affordable to get now. And so I wound up getting Mario Sunshine, Donkey Kong Jungle Beat. Eventually, I got a copy of games that like uh, uh I'm blanking on games, but like Animal Crossing. That game consumed my life for like a while. It's the only game that as a kid got me up at 6 in the morning willingly to play it.
Wow.
Nonstop.
I believe you.
And then there was eventually I got a copy of Smash Bros. Melee, and this changed a lot completely. Not because it's the way you thought it was. I was terrible at the game. I didn't know how to play it. I tried to do as much of classic mode as I could. It wasn't until like I looked at all the characters and looked at the trophies where I was like, oh, who's I know Mario, I know Donkey Kong, who's Ness? Who's Captain Falcon? Who are these guys? Earthbound. What is Earthbound?
Yep.
And then, thankfully, around 2006, there was this thing called YouTube. YouTube is where I would go and watch Let's Players play the games that I could not afford.
Yes.
And I watched people play Earthbound. I watched people play Paper Mario. Thousand Year Door. Oh my God. The fact that someone played that game made me buy it myself and on GameCube. And I watched, and for a while, because my parents couldn't afford the latest and greatest stuff, and I didn't get a Wii until 2008 as a graduation present, so June of 2008. My exposure to Nintendo was YouTube and people talking about these games and getting into that. So like there was a little bit of an earlier time, like I want to say, again, around that time when I was in high school and I was doing theater stuff, so I didn't even have time for gaming. I would still watch YouTube and learn about all the gaming stuff and watch people play games that I couldn't experience myself at the time. Then around 2012, I graduated from high school and I got something called disposable income and bought every game I could from Nintendo. I got a 3DS for Christmas, and the Wii U was the first console I ever bought with my own money. And
Nice.
the only reason I did buy it was because Earthbound was announced for the Virtual Console. So I got it on Wii U along with a $50 eShop gift card. That was like the bundle Target had. And I was like, okay, I got it. Let me experience these games now. And even though the Wii U was a financial failure and a flop, I don't care. I was able to experience it a lot. And finally, it got to the point where instead of just watching people play the games, I could play them for myself now. And I could experience the magic for these games. And even though Wii U had like hit and miss with stuff, there were some great gems on there. Splatoon, Yoshi's Woolly World, Xenoblade X, even though I didn't get to play that as much.
Yep.
And of course, the Virtual Console from the Wii and Wii U. I played Final Fantasy VI on the Wii Virtual Console. I played Punch Out Wii. I eventually got to experience through disposable income. Xenoblade Chronicles 1. So many good games that I got to experience finally. And then fast forward a bit to the Switch era, where I was stubborn. I was a little bit of a disgruntled Wii U owner. I was a little mad that like, oh, you're abandoning the Wii U. I'm not gonna. And it was also the fact I think I was going back to college to finish my degree, and I was really broke too. So I couldn't really get a Switch until 2018.
Yep.
But once I did, oh, it was such a game changer. It really, really was, because I got to experience wonderful games like Mario Odyssey, eventually Breath of the Wild. And while I experienced them later than a lot of people, I still enjoyed them, and like I saw the magic of having this portable hybrid on my able to play. And like a lot of people were complaining about, oh, this game's remastered, oh, this game is on Switch Online. I've already played these games. I never did.
You never did.
I never had a chance to experience a lot of these games. A lot of times, like when a game is remastered, like when Pikmin 1 and 2 got on the Switch, that was my first time playing those games. When I'm trying to think of like when like games like Banjo-Kazooie was first on Switch Online. Got to experience that. There Harvest Moon, Majora's Mask, all this stuff. So many games I finally now had at my grasp because of the Switch. And so this is all to say, like, and again, and one of the reasons, and because of this, and seeing like finally hearing about all these games that people that I looked up to on YouTube talk about, made me like, you know what? I want to do the same thing. I want to make content as well. I want to play these games, put my thoughts on them, and see maybe if I can convince one person or two to play a game that they may have never tried before.
Yep.
And I wanted to do that. I did that with Twitch, and then I eventually hopefully doing that with YouTube videos. I've got some people telling me that like they picked up Princess Peach Showtime because I made a video about it, which warmed my heart because that game deserves more love than it is getting. Anyway, so that is my history with Nintendo. It's a bit of a weird one that like kind of jumps around and isn't typical for other games because a lot of the time it's like, oh, this game is great.
Yep.
Did you play it? No.
No.
But I still think it's great. But at the same time, like the fact that people talking about the Nintendo conversation and like even that YouTuber area you're talking about keeping Nintendo alive through the magic that is YouTube, it made me fall in love with all those games and made me want to try them when I finally could.
Yep.
So yeah, weird history, but it's my history.
That is your history. Now
Indeed.
we'll go to mine. So
Yes.
It all started back in 1990. Oh, actually, it goes before that. When I was a little baby, couldn't really play video games yet, but whenever we would have like family parties back then, because for me, like I come from a Puerto Rican heritage, and they would always play a lot of loud music, dance a lot. But my older brother, my cousin, who was pretty young at the time, they would play NES games. And the first time I would get into NES was back in 1990 because my older brother got us an NES so that, well, not only for the family to play, but mainly specifically me. And then when my younger brother was able to, him too. So the first games that we had were Super Mario Brothers / Duck Hunt. We had the Zapper. We played Mario a lot. I got Donkey Kong. I got a lot of other games, whether it's Contra, Mega Man 3, or like LGN games like Who Framed Roger Rabbit and Karate Kid. And Who Framed Roger Rabbit is such a horrible game. And then there was an NES Muppets game called Chaos of the Carnival, and that game is one of the worst games I've ever played in my life.
Wow.
I had that. I didn't get a Super Nintendo right away. I got a Genesis before that, but I did get a Super Nintendo. But I also got another Super Nintendo years later. I got a Super Game Boy with it, so we could play Pokemon on there. I did get a Game Boy to play Pokemon. We got an N64 like months before the GameCube released because my uncle had it. He didn't want it, so we took it. And my first game ended up being Superman 64. Yeah, and we got rid of that game. I got some better games after that. We were rent games, Blockbuster. Like months after the GameCube came out, because originally I was gonna save up for a Dreamcast, but then Sega is like, you know what, we're gonna go third party. So mainly because of the fact that I wanted to play the Sonic Adventure games, so I saved up for a GameCube with my brother, and then we got it in June of 2002, just before the end of the school year that time. And the first two games that we got were Super Smash Bros. Melee and Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. And we didn't get a memory card yet. We got a memory card like a couple of weeks later, so we could finally save our games and be able to actually progress and also save all the data that we had. But basically our summer was just only like mostly Melee and Sonic Adventure 2 Battle till Animal Crossing came out. Then I spent time on Game Boy Advance. When the Wii, well, before we get to the Wii, I'll experience one major thing. I used to bond with my cousin. My older brother stopped playing video games, and he was focusing on like living his life with his wife, and then later when he had 4 kids, which I don't know if any of the kids now have video games. I'm not really as close with my older brothers as I used to be. But for me personally, like I used to bond with my cousin who taught me everything I needed to know about video games, no matter what platform it was on. And what I remember specifically was the fact that I would watch him play games. He was good at it, and I'm like, I want to be as good as him. So naturally speaking, it would translate to that. Um, while my older brother and cousin would get me into video games, my mom would always like spend a lot of money buying games for us, and we kept buying games, playing all these games all the time, like, and because I love Nintendo, I grew up with Nintendo a lot. Getting like Game Boy Advance games a lot, GameCube, and then later on, like when we get the Wii was like the first time we ever got a video game console at launch in this household. And what I remember was my younger brother was waiting outside in the cold. He forgot to bring his coat. He brought a sweater, but it was not enough, so he forgot to bring his coat. He was with a friend. My mom went down there just to go and bring a coat so that he could stay warm while down the stairs. And what happened is that it just got to the point where I know for a fact that it's how can I say this? Um how can I say this? Like my mom was basically just wanted to make sure my brother was warm. And he was. And afterwards, it was fun. It was absolutely fine. Just we got the Wii, and then once my mom got the Wii, like she ended up just going to the local pizza place so we can have pizza while playing the Wii, playing Wii Sports, playing, and my brother and I were like playing all that a lot. Though he was mostly playing Twilight Princess because the 4 games that we got at launch for the Wii were The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, Excite Truck, Red Steel, and Wii Sports. And Red Steel was crap. Excite Truck is actually very underrated. But I never got a chance to really get that far in Twilight Princess. I'm going to change that soon.
I beat Twilight Princess before the Wii U came out.
And then it's like the Wii, I spent so much time with it, as well as the DS. Because this was during the time I was playing Pokemon TCG. I used to play that competitively for like from 2002 until 2011. And my brother still plays it to this day. Because like our love for Pokemon, like just going through every single Nintendo generation, Pokemon was always there for me. Pokemon was always there. Since like Red and Blue and all the way up to like even with Scarlet and Violet. I played Scarlet and Violet on the Switch. But I felt that we were spoiled for a while because like when we got Diamond and Pearl and then we would get Black and White on DS, 3DS would get X and Y and Sun and Moon, and then Switch would get Sword and Shield and Scarlet and Violet, and also Legends Arceus, among many other things. Not counting remakes, mind you, but that like Pokemon games, Zelda games, Nintendo was basically how I would get into Contra. It's how I would get into Mega Man. It's how I would get into like so many games from other companies that I've played over the years. Like I got into Castlevania much later thanks to the Wii's Virtual Console because it was Christmas 2006. And there were 5 games that were released on the Virtual Console that day. It was Super Mario Brothers. It was R-Type for the TurboGrafx 16. It was Toe Jam and Earl, Street Fighter 2, the vanilla version, Super Nintendo, and Super Castlevania 4. I got all 5 of those games that day. That was a good Christmas right there. Because my mom said no Christmas present this year because you got the Wii. So which I'm like, that's fine because we got the Wii. And I remember just going to Nintendo World Store, going to all these places like GameStop or checking anything out, and all of a sudden, like, I would see lots of people lined up waiting because I'm like, oh, so this day must be the shipment day for the Wii because people are waiting to buy a Wii. They would get the Wii, and then there would be some people leaving empty-handed because they're disappointed that they didn't get a chance to buy the Wii because it was sold out. And that was basically the cycle for like a couple months, almost a year.
It's almost a year, yeah.
And the first time I've ever been to like a midnight launch party was back in like November of 2007 when Nintendo did a launch party for Super Mario Galaxy at Nintendo World Store. You were there for that?
I was there.
Nice.
I was there
We
too.
crossed paths, all right. Yeah. I've got the gold coin to prove it.
Yep, because I was there, and I remember like there were people who had like backpacks where you could actually play Wii games, and specifically Mario Odyssey, not Odyssey, Galaxy at the time.
Oh yeah.
And then they also had a Wii upstairs where it was a virtual console. You could play any of the classic Mario games on NES, SNES, or N64. And they also had like GameCubes up so you could play Super Mario Sunshine just to get people hyped up. So you could play all these games while you wait for Mario Galaxy to come out. And then they had like a huge like one of those styrofoam like platforms you could just run and jump. They had so many people out there. Like you were able to get a coin, a special commemorative coin of Super Mario Galaxy. In fact, let me actually go ahead and get that right now.
Ooh. Let's see who gets it first.
And this is it. This right here, you get it. You normally get it when you pre-order Super Mario Galaxy in stores, but they gave this away to people for free when you buy Super Mario Galaxy. And let me just go ahead and open this up because I'm going to take this out. Oh, so I'm assuming that he got it too.
Of course.
Well, let's see.
Well, unfortunately, this is stuck, but yes, I did get this. Here we go.
There we go.
This is the coin. You see Luma. You see like all the Lumas right here. And it says right here, Mario is out of this world in Super Mario Galaxy, only on Wii. Asterisk. Now, and there's a reason I'm gonna bring up asterisks later on. Not only is controlling Mario a dream with the Wii remote and nunchuck, but with a second Wii remote, another player can play along by pointing and collecting star bits, then launching them at enemies. Begin your star bits collection today with this commemorative launch coin. And you see right here, Super Mario Odyssey. I'm sorry, Galaxy. Why am I saying Odyssey? Galaxy. We're not in Galaxy. We're not in Odyssey yet, but yeah, this is what we got. So I got this for just you got the same thing. So yep. So I
nice.
I still have it.
I got my launch paper too.
Oh, nice.
Oh, goodness.
You guys crossed paths all those years ago.
Sure did.
We sure did. We did not.
I love it. I love it.
So we got it. I remember like when like they unfortunately did not make anywhere near as big of a deal as for Super Smash Bros. Brawl as they did for Mario. Like Mario Odyssey was where they made a big deal. Galaxy. But yeah, like I remember that. I remember there was a Punch Out event back in 2009, and they were doing trivia there where I actually won a free copy of Punch Out as well as a sling backpack that had the Nintendo logo on it, which I don't think I have that anymore. But I got that. Like there was so many different events. There was an event for New Super Mario Bros. Wii. And that was where there was a friend of mine that I've met on that day. His name is Julio. Great dude. May he rest in peace. And he was the first in line for it because he loved Mario. He loved Nintendo. So I met him that day. Because I've heard his name for so many years at Nintendo events, but this was the first time I met him, and we were just talking. We bonded over our love for Nintendo, and then we started talking more and more. This is where I was starting to slowly make friends within the Nintendo community at that time at Nintendo World Store slash Nintendo New York. But it wasn't until when the 3DS came out when that changed my life forever, because there were so many Street Pass groups, and then
Yep.
and then there was Street Pass NYC, which Silver you that I met you there that day. Like not the first meetup, but the second one.
Yeah, the makeup date, because because it did rain on the first day, but it wasn't enough to like completely rain out the event.
Yeah. And I remember that like you were one of the first people I've talked to, and then I remember we were right in front of the Borders that was right near Madison Square Garden and
Yep.
Port Authority. And the thing is, we were allowed to hang out outside, but the security guards did not get the memo, so they told us that we had to leave. And
Yeah.
and we did, and we all went to Nintendo World because we were trying to figure out what to do. So
We just walked over there.
we walked over there, and it just so happens that they were doing the first event that they were doing for 3DS, which was a Friday Night Fights where they had Super Street Fighter 4 3D edition. They would do it every week where you could play that game with other people. And they were shocked at how like it started off with like a small group of people, and it just blew up as a big group of people, and it was huge. It was absolutely huge. And we were playing it until like when the event ended, and then like everybody started to go home, and I started going to Street Pass NYC events, and I ended up becoming an admin over time alongside Silver, and
Yep.
we pretty much did what we had to do with the group throughout the years, because those were some of the most fun of my times of my life during like the early part of the 3DS era. And then the Wii U came out. We got that. We waited in line and launch for it. I did get my 3DS on the day of, not midnight launch, but I got it on the day of at Nintendo. But then it's like the Wii U, we were waiting right out in the cold. NBC provided us entertainment by having us watch
Oh yeah, they had like
30 Rock, Parks and Recreations,
and Community, didn't they?
and Community. Yeah.
Yeah, because like I remember that because like I just because like also like I just got in there because like I was like college. At the point I was in college, and I came back for the launch because it was like around like close to Thanksgiving, and I was there with you guys. We were all hunkered down because it was pretty cold. We were there watching whatever. Like I also technically the video of the events that I took is still up there too.
It is.
You know, and then like I think it was like the first like a couple people that were in the line. I think the first like 50 or so.
Yeah.
They had the whole like main event area in the front, like by the concourse,
Yep.
and they had someone emceeing the event. They gave us hot apple cider and grilled cheese sandwiches
And hot chocolate as well.
it was nice. They had these freaky like me head avatar guys that were walked.
Which leads to a story. Which leads to a story that I want to bring up at the Wii U launch. So, I ended up participating in a contest that they did where whoever had the most Game Pass tags, and at the time I had the most. So, they said you could pick whatever 3DS game you wanted. The problem is the majority of the games they had, I already had those games except for one game, and that game is Paper Mario Sticker Star.
I know, no.
Yeah.
I have a funny story about that game too. Oddly enough.
So the Wii U launch after
You
that.
poor man.
Wait, no.
So the Wii after the Wii U launch at Nintendo New York, like the only games I got at the time were New Super Mario Bros. U and the Tekken Tag Tournament 2, because the system came with Nintendo Land. That was the one that I got. And we went to Silver and I went to a mutual friend's place. I was just sleeping, knocked out, and then when I woke, And then when I woke up, you were awake playing Zombie U on the
I was
TV.
like Zombie U, I was so excited. You guys were like, "Oh, we're gonna sleep," and I'm like, "Fuck you guys! I want to be up here and play Zombie U."
I needed my rest just to be able to sleep well, and then I was gonna get in on the Wii U actions. Then we were playing.
I did play Nintendo Land too because we were doing Donkey Kong's Crash Course.
Yep.
It was like 5 a.m. or something like that. Or 6 a.m.
We were playing Donkey Kong's Crash Course, but everyone was playing Mario Chase, Animal Crossing Sweet Day, Luigi's Ghost Mansion, and Nintendo Land. We didn't really play much of New Super Mario Bros. Wii. We played a little bit, but it was Nintendo Land that everybody was playing. Then my friend and I stepped out for a moment because he wanted to go get some eShop cards, which I got myself one so I can get, and I ended up getting Mighty Switch Force Hyperdrive Edition. And then it's like everybody was just getting their stuff. Because this was back when Toys R Us was also still around in Times Square. It was like like I remember I had high hopes for the Wii U at first, but then I noticed that after the holidays, after January, I just noticed things were like pretty bad for Wii U, and like people were not that interested. The hype just wasn't really nowhere near as big. It was just minuscule actually. Like the
post launch.
The launch was great, but post launch was just not. And Nintendo had an emergency Nintendo Direct, which didn't exactly help in the long run, considering most of those games didn't come out till close to the end of the Wii U's life cycle. Like one of those games being Shin Megami Tensei Cross Fire Emblem, which ended up being Tokyo Mirage Sessions. But what I know is that for the rest of my history was basically Street Pass NYC was kind of like dormant because things just weren't that great at that time. We weren't really in a good place. Not to mention at the time, Silver, you were in college.
I was away from it at all. Plus, also, I think at that point in time too, the 3DS was like starting to really like take off because the reason why the Street Pass group kind of started because like it needed a bit of shot in the arm. But like once the price dropped for the 3DS and people were starting to get really good games, our purpose was mostly served. You know, if people were able to Street Pass like normally without having to like rely on groups as often. You know.
So then it's like I remember I was still buying games for the 3DS and Wii U, but I spent more time on the 3DS than I had with the Wii U throughout the generation. I love the 3DS so much, and the Wii U was what I considered the Wii U to be really good as a console. I was disappointed with it for so many different aspects. That being said, the Switch changed everything. But before I get to Switch, I was doing a lot of amiibo hunting, and I originally did not plan on getting everything, but what made me just want to get everything was when I found out that Marth, Villager, and Wii Fit Trainer were supposedly discontinued and they weren't coming back, which was a lie, mind you. It was just a scare tactic from scalpers just so that they could start selling it at a high price.
Yep.
But we didn't know any better because Nintendo wouldn't communicate with us. So
they were actually very bad with communication because they pretty much just said we don't know when we're gonna start shipping more. But I do have like the entire set of Super Smash Bros. For Wii U and 3DS. Ultimate, I'm missing 3 characters. The ones I'm missing for Ultimate are Daisy, Young Link, and the Pokemon Trainer. Those are the only ones I'm missing. Once I get those 3, I have the whole set.
Nice. I made it a goal. I was a huge amiibo hunter back in the day. Like I remember waiting in front of Best Buy in the cold to get Meta Knight. I remember going to GameStop at 4 a.m. in the morning to get Ness, and I did. It was the same day split. I think might have been the same day Splatoon launched. I don't remember, but like I could be wrong about that. What?
Yeah. It might have been before, but go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. Continue.
No, that's it. I just wanted to say that I was a big amiibo hunter and I did those things. That's all.
But I did bits of it. Honestly, it was good.
Yep. So for me, like, I did play a lot of Splatoon. I did play Mario Maker on the on the Wii U, but my Wii U had an overheating issue, which
It
still lingers because I didn't want to send it to Nintendo because I was worried that if I sent my Wii U to Nintendo, then if I would get it back, that all of the games and save files that I have would be gone because whatever account
Which
that
was
you
a
have,
problem.
if it gets erased, you lose everything. So
Yeah, back then there was no like way to like properly like save
it's not.
account. It was, I think it was tied to the console, not to an account yet.
Yes, it was tied to a console, unlike Nintendo account, in which that the games were tied to the account and not the console. Because
Hmm.
that was a major flaw, and there was no way to fix it.
Hmm.
But so the last major game for the Wii U that I remember playing was Xenoblade Chronicles X.
Mm.
Um,
That was your last one.
that was the last major one. But the last game that I played, that was multiplayer based was Pokken. That was actually the last.
Yeah,
Oh, I
Pokemon.
tried playing Mighty Number 9, and the Wii U version is the
That
worst.
when I got that and I was just so disappointed, I was like, nope, I can't with this system anymore. I just couldn't. Number 9 was the unfortunate nail for me.
Yep.
Well. My last games were Star Fox Zero and Mighty Number 9. Of course, Shell remembers the wonderful story of how I'm actually to like that game's history because of what I said on Twitter to Kamiya. I'm like, hey Kamiya, how do you feel about Keiji Inafune? He's a businessman, not a creator.
Yep.
And that launched me into like internet memedom for forever and forevermore.
Yeah, because
So like, and anytime anyone brings up my number 9, they bring up that quote, and I'm like, yeah, I caused that by accident.
yeah, because that's appears a lot in a lot of retrospective videos on Mighty Number 9. But
Yeah, it does.
Yeah.
It's surreal to look at that and realize, yeah, that's me.
Yep.
I did this.
I did this. I'm been by Kamiya, so that's good.
So here's another thing. So when the Switch released, they didn't have anywhere near as big of a party for the Switch release as they did for the Wii U at Nintendo. But Nintendo had a preview event that I went with my ex-girlfriend, and we both had a great time. That's where like you could play Breath of the Wild there. You could play Ultra Street Fighter 2, 1-2 Switch, ARMS, Splatoon 2, Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, Has Been Heroes, Disgaea 5. They had a pretty solid lineup. Like I think Fast RMX was there too. They had a very solid lineup of games to try out. And what I remember was um when the Switch released, um, like the group Street Pass NYC was kind of dead, so we took it back because the original founder stepped down. We took it back and we turned it into Switch and Play NYC. So we rebooted ourselves and rebranded because it would make sense considering the fact that Switch was going to be the focus, and we were focusing on that. So we would meet up every single Friday at Rockefeller Center to play Switch games together, and we had a blast because we would have so many different games we would play, especially whenever there's a launch upstairs in Nintendo. Then we have like an event. We would go up there, and then when we're done, we come back downstairs and hang out for the rest of the day. Um, we would do all that. Um, there have been some other events outside of it that we went to. Like I remember there was this event that Nintendo hosted. It was in Brooklyn at the Dumbo waterfront where you have like a huge tent and you could play so many different games together. You can get prizes and stuff. Um Nintendo World Championship qualifiers at Best Buy, which well I didn't win, but because they did Nintendo World Championships twice in three times. The first one was 1990, but I was not like anywhere near that level yet. But 2015 was the second time, and then the third time was 2017. I remember the 2017 one was in New York City, so we got to Silver and I we went to go watch it together because it was during New York Comic Con weekend at the same time, and it was great. The Nintendo World Championships was was a lot of fun to watch. Although I remember distinctively the Tetris event, like where people were basically just not knowing how to play the game, and I'm like, wow. But the other thing also was so many different events that we would go to for so many years. And I remember, like, did you go to Queen Center Mall with us?
I grew up near Queen Center Mall.
Because Nintendo would have events. They used to have the events at Queen Center Mall. They kind of stopped doing it like after the pandemic. I think they might have brought it back one year, and then like it was kind of like pretty dry. But yeah, like speaking of the pandemic, Nintendo in the pandemic year, Animal Crossing New Horizons was the main game. Everyone was playing it. Discord groups, people online, like the stock market was absolutely huge. People trying to sell turnips on Sundays and during the week. And all the way up to now, where it's like, watch the Mario movie. Now we got the Super Nintendo World theme parks. Japan has one, California has one, and soon Florida's gonna have one. So I could go on and on with this, but the next thing, I want to limit this to one per console, but favorite Nintendo games of all time. Silver, you go first.
One per console, so like what, for all the mainline ones, or just like in general?
Console and handheld.
Okay, cool. Just God, this gonna be pretty hard. See, like everyone's like, just like, how do I do this?
Yeah.
All right, so
like if you could think, like I would say, also focus on the consoles that you played specifically.
That I played.
Like,
okay, cool. In that case, that works. So Nintendo game. So okay, N64. I want to say Smash Brothers.
Yes.
Like good one. GameCube. Technically didn't own it, but I would say if I were to pick one, I would actually give it to. No, it's not Sunshine. It's not Sunshine. It'd be Donkey Kong Jungle Beat actually, because that was like the first game I played on GameCube, and really loved it. Wii is tough as hell because it's very easy to say Galaxy, but actually it's Rhythm Fever.
Yes,
because that's my favorite.
I knew you were gonna go with that one.
Yeah, you know me. I love Rhythm Fever. DS is Rhythm Heaven, but also it's a very close tie with Mario Kart DS actually, because Mario Kart DS was like my bread and butter like for so many years. I loved that game.
Yeah.
Wii U. God, I don't know, really tough. Wii U, I would like to say 3D World. 3D World is definitely high up there for me.
Yep.
3DS, I would give that to Kid Icarus Uprising.
Very good choice.
Easily.
Excellent choice.
Alright, Switch. I'm just gonna give it to Breath of the Wild because like Breath of the Wild is like, again, I remember that first month of the Switch and like everyone was this like amazing Breath of the Wild. Great stuff all around. And then if I go back really quickly just to the ones I didn't have, but like I would let's play GBA. I want to say that would be Minish Cap.
Yep.
And I would say Super Nintendo. Mario World, obviously.
Yep.
Mario World's really, really good. NES, yeah, I guess it's Super Mario Brothers just because that was like the pinnacle.
Yep.
In my opinion.
Okay. And your favorite Nintendo platform? I already know what
Nintendo DS.
Nintendo DS.
Nintendo DS by country mile. My favorite console though, believe it or not, is like the Wii U. So.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Random.
Oh. God. Game Boy, it's probably going to be Pokemon Blue because that was the first one.
Pokemon Yellow for me, actually.
Yep.
Honestly, it would have been Pokemon Yellow for me if my Pokemon Yellow battery didn't die.
Oh, jeez. Man, I understand.
Nintendo 64, this is going to be a weird one, and it's going to be purely based on my nostalgia. Because I didn't mention this because it's not a typical first-party game. It was made by Atlas.
My ears are still ringing.
Yep.
For Nintendo's what?
Because I'm the Nostalgia Alchemist.
Oh, not bad. for Nintendo 64, I was really obsessed as a kid with Snowboard Kids 2.
Oh,
nice.
Good choice.
I
Good
don't know
choice.
why.
Good one.
I didn't like snowboard games that much, but there was something about the cartoony style and just the way it was that I really liked that game, and it's my favorite Nintendo 64 game until I probably finish and beat Ocarina of Time. We'll see. But GameCube, my gut. No, Thousand Year Door. Thousand Year Door.
Yep.
Hands down.
There it is.
Thousand Year Door.
I just remember I was that game really made me realize that gaming and story could be great together with some comedy thrown in. I really liked it.
Yep.
Xenoblade Chronicles, hands down.
Good choice.
It's one of the best games on that system ever made. I know a lot of people fought to get that into the US. And I'm so glad they did, because it's
Operation Rainfall. Yeah,
Project Rainfall. It's one of the best games. I played a bit of Last Story. It was fine. I didn't last long. And never touched Pandora's Tower. But anyway,
that's the one I get Pandora's Tower. But like, go for it.
I have it on Wii U. I bought it for the Wii U before it died.
Before it shut down. Yeah.
So it's just there if I ever need it. DS. I can't really think of anything with DS. I want to say Wild World.
All right.
But
Hey, there you go. I love Wild World.
I'm gonna say Wild World until like another repressed memory comes up of a game that like I played, because the only games I can think of are Wild World and the Sims DS game.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Wii U. Splatoon 1.
Good choice.
Yeah, good one.
Splatoon
Good
1.
choice.
No questions asked. It really did. I really fell in love with that game, and it was my perfect Wii U experience. 3DS, New Leaf. It gets good. Hell, I like Animal Crossing.
New Leaf is like phenomenal, man.
It is one of those games that really, like, I just could not put it down. Kid Icarus Uprising was very close, but New Leaf is the winner. And Switch, Xenoblade Chronicles 3. I fell in love with that game and just got lost in it, and I love its story to bits and pieces, and they do so much with it. And again, with its DLC, the fact that it's a fitting conclusion to it all is just, I love it. And the characters are great too. Like the main 6 are some of the best protagonists in a Xenoblade game that I've ever had the proper of knowing. So yeah.
Yep. And your favorite Nintendo console?
Fuck, it's gonna be hard between GameCube and Switch. I love my GameCube, but this isn't. I love this baby. It is my favorite console ever.
Yep.
There you go.
Yeah, and handheld, probably 3DS or Game Boy. One of the two.
Yep.
I can't decide.
All right. Jeremy.
That's me. My favorite Game & Watch system is Vermin.
Good one.
NES. This one right here. Mega Man 2 is a close second, but when this came out, everyone was just like, why are you playing this, like the fake Mario game? Like, why do you like that? I'm just, no, this was the game that I said I can sit down and beat this from start to finish.
Yeah.
And it's just enjoyable, fun, there's variety. This is my favorite NES game.
Yes.
Now, remind you, chat, we are discussing our personal favorite.
Yep.
Not what we consider best, because that's an impossible question to answer.
Yeah, very possible.
I digress. Favorite Super Nintendo game of all time. This is my favorite video game of all time. Full stop.
Yes.
For very personal, but also very nostalgic reasons as well. But the personal is hard for me to get into at this point. For N64. Oh yeah. I'm sorry. Let me go back to Game Boy. Game Boy, Pokemon Red.
Yep.
So we've got a colorful trifecta here of Gen 1, which I love. Game Boy Color. Game Boy Color.
Yeah, I forgot GBC actually.
Yeah, me too.
Super Mario Brothers Deluxe.
Yes, I agree as well. I think it was all the extra stuff. It was like the ghost running.
Yes.
And yeah, I think that they did a very good job of putting whatever they could into that game. N64. Oh, my heart goes out to Pilot Wings 64.
Oh,
Pilot Wings 64 it's just one of those games where you just had this sense of freedom when you earned it. You know, once you got through the rocket belt and you got through the hang glider and you got through the gyrocopter, you got to be Birdman. And you get to fly everywhere, and you really get to freely explore this just triangular, polygonic, world that they created. Super Mario 64, close second. Just because of the craziness of that game just being so innovative as it was. Virtual Boy, I would say Wario Land, Virtual Boy.
Yep. Virtual Wario Land, for sure.
Yeah, I would say that is where that system lies.
That makes sense.
Yeah, GameCube. Oh my gosh, GameCube. Dang, that is tough. GameCube. I would behoove myself not to say Wind Waker.
Yeah.
And the only and yes, no Swift Sail, whatever, but I think for my money and for the response I'm gonna unfortunately have to give in a little bit, I'm gonna give it to Wind Waker for the GameCube. That game really touched me in a way. That is befitting of it's considerable test to time. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
For sure.
DS. I might be cheating here. And I'm going to cheat. I'm sorry. But it is the 3 Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney game.
That's good.
I really enjoyed playing that on the 3DS. That was just I spent the most time and personal emotional effort into figuring out those cases. That really just kind of fills it in for me.
Yep.
The Wii. Oh, Wii Sports Resort.
Good choice.
Good.
I love Wii Sports Resort. Let me tell you, every time it's July, I have to fix my camera. Sorry. Every time it's July, I pop that into the system and I'm like, I'm on vacation for a weekend.
Yeah.
I'm going cycling. I'm going canoeing. I'm shooting some hoops.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Come on. It's just an all-around great, fun game that you can also play. Oh, and you can sword fight all your friends.
The sword fighting, yep.
Sword play, yeah.
Great. Okay. 3DS. Kid Icarus Uprising.
Yes.
There we go.
Yeah. What a fantastic. I wish that game incorporated with the new Nintendo 3DS the nub.
Yeah.
So that you can control the reticle. I was hoping, praying, but it's okay. We love Sakurai for all he is.
Yes.
What are we on now? Wii U. Sorry, Star Fox Zero. And I will tell you why it's Star Fox. I will tell you why it's Star Fox Zero.
Okay.
All right.
I'll tell you why before. Remember, YouTube, the internet never forgets. So I'm going to back myself up on this. So, okay. If you were to take someone who hasn't played video games in 20 years and told them, hey, there's a new Star Fox game. And they say to you, oh my God, I loved playing Star Fox 64. I played that for hours with my friends. I did, we just did the battle system and I went through all these. It was just amazing to have the Rumble Pack or whatever. I say, okay, great. Without handing this person a controller, I would put Star Fox 64 next to Star Fox Zero. Show them the maps, show them Corneria in the opening stage. I would show them pretty much what's going on. And I would say, based on this right here, which one would you say would be, a superior game, right? Not telling them anything about what I'm getting up to. Mm-hmm. I would hope that they would say Star Fox Zero. The controls are flawed. but it's one of those games where if you just quote unquote get good, GIT, get good to beat me, it's one of those games where I made a conscious decision to get good. And once I did, I couldn't put it down. The controls are flawed. Once you find your groove and you find your rhythm, you will find that is the same application that we apply to Star Fox 64 as players. I'm not coming to the controls defense. I wish that they had the option for you to change it up, to alter it, to remap. Yes, absolutely. But for my money and for the replay value that I actually personally got out of that game, my Wii U game, at least a personal favorite for me, is Star Fox Zero. Also, for the fact that the entire game was created and dedicated to Satoru Iwata.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, that definitely puts it up on an echelon for me. Whoa, we're on the Switch already?
Yep.
Oh, this is a no-brainer. And I will only say this in terms of where my life is now. My son was born 2 weeks after the Switch came out. So I was a father and learning how to be a father for the time that I had. I had a whole month off, full pay from work, which was awesome. In that time, it was learning to be a dad and Breath of the Wild. I gotta tell you, my wife got a really beautiful picture of me leaning back on my couch, holding my Switch Pro controller with my son as an infant laying down right here on my chest. And we captioned it priorities.
Why do I feel like I've seen that image somewhere, like on the internet?
It's not somewhere. I'll send it to you. I really don't mind. But but just that image alone, I feel personifies my Nintendo fandom, that I am willing to sacrifice what I need to at a moment's notice for that which is more important. We tend to treat these discussions sometimes with those who are willing to fight on a hill or whatever. It's petty. It's petty. We are a blue rock floating in the void of space, and in the cosmos does not care what year it is. The cosmos doesn't care what is happening. It is completely irrelevant. It is just a spinning rock floating in space. But for my money, for me to understand that out of
Go ahead.
That out of the unquantifiable amount of miracle that could produce the human being that is becoming my son and now my daughter, I mean, it's just... I feel like me being able to experience that with my son was a reaffirmation of life. And I hold that true and dear through all of it. And that's really what it's all about for me. So for my money, those are my favorite games. And of course, for my favorite console, no doubt. No doubt. I mean, it introduced so much of the lore and the history that we hold so dear as fans. It's beautiful. And I think the Super Nintendo took something that worked for everyone and made it better for those who cared.
Yes.
And that's why we've got this beautiful piece of hardware that never lies and never lies to you.
Yeah.
It's your input, So yeah, those are my favorites.
Yep. So for me, because like you guys have some really good stuff to share, but for me, all right, so NES, I'm going to go with Super Mario Bros. 3. Mega Man 2 is a close second. Game Boy, I am going to go with... I'm actually not going to go with Pokemon. I'm actually going to go with The Legend of Zelda Link's Awakening.
Yeah!
That's a
Very
great one.
good. Good job. Someone said it.
Yep. Super Nintendo. I'm gonna go with Super Metroid, but I also want to give a personal shout out to Earthbound because without that game, I would not be here right now.
Yes.
Cool.
That game, it means so much to me in so many ways.
There's a lot. Yeah.
Because it got me because I got Earthbound very late, like in 2001, but it actually got me through some of the worst bullying I've ever experienced in my life. And
I know what that's like. Yep.
Super Metroid, on the other hand, is absolutely a fantastic game, and I put that as number one, with like number two being A Link to the Past. But I do think the best RPG on the Super Nintendo is Chrono Trigger. Chrono Trigger is one of the greatest RPGs known to anybody.
Yeah. I just want to hug Luca so bad. I just.
N64, I am going to be going with The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time.
Mm-hmm.
Game Boy Color, I am actually going to go with Pokemon Crystal.
Ooh.
Good one.
Game Boy Advance, I am going to go with...
I forgot to mention my Game Boy Advance.
Me too.
I'm going to go with Metroid Fusion.
Oh, good choice.
Actually, no.
Good choice.
Sorry.
Oh,
Metroid Zero Mission.
Generation.
Actually, Zero Mission better.
Wait, can we go with random?
Go ahead.
Yeah,
because
we forgot ours.
Yeah, go for it.
You guys pick yours first. I need to think about it.
I know. I said Minish Cap, like because like if I will adjust it actually because like my true answer is like Pokemon Emerald.
No.
Okay.
That's a close
That
second.
was like that was like my GBA game when I was growing up.
Because that's a close second for me, and third would have to be Mega Man 03.
Yeah. Oh my gosh! Wow. For me, for Game Boy Advance. I just had it. Just thinking of it. Mega Man and Bass.
Damn!
Wow.
Wow!
All
Really?
right.
Yeah, well, think about it. It was a Super Nintendo Japan only release, and they poured it over, and it's like, oh my gosh, like this is an exclusive Mega Man game for my Game Boy Advance. Like, count me in. Mega Man and Bass.
All right.
Random?
Oh man, I'm still struggling. I'm gonna give two answers because one I played very late in life, which was Pokemon Emerald, and that was really really good. But before that, my parents got me Hamtaro Ham Heartbreak, and I was obsessed.
Nice.
I don't know why I like it, so I'm gonna just say Ham Heartbreak. Why not?
Yep.
Great.
So-
That's a solid game though.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's really good for like a kids game. It's really good.
Mm-hmm.
GameCube, I'm gonna go with Metroid Prime 1.
Mm-hmm.
Very good.
Solid.
Nintendo DS, I am actually gonna go with Pokemon Black or White.
Nice. You know what?
I have Pokemon Black. For the Wii, I am gonna be going with I'm gonna go with Super Mario Galaxy.
Perfect.
Nintendo 3DS. I know like Kid Icarus was mentioned, but I'm gonna go with a different game. I'm gonna go with The Legend of Zelda: A Link Between Worlds.
Ooh.
Oh, great game. What a fun concept.
Yeah.
Fantastic game.
So good. It's like that's like the one game where you can like, say, oh, it's Tuesday, I'll like Link to the Past. Oh, it's Thursday, I'll like Link Between Worlds.
For the Wii U, best Wii U game, I'm gonna go with I'm actually gonna go with that's a difficult one to be honest. Especially considering some of the Wii U games I play were on Switch. I'm probably gonna have to go with Super Smash Bros. For Wii U.
Yeah.
Yeah, man,
Nice.
Smash Bros. Great.
Um,
Smash Bros.
Yeah, it
phenomenal.
was great.
And for Nintendo Switch, as much as I love Breath of the Wild, and I enjoy The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom as well, but if I have to pick a game that's not either one of those, I'm gonna go with Metroid Dread.
Ooh,
there we go.
I need to play that
That's
one.
a fun game.
Metroid Dread is
Great
phenomenal.
game.
Phenomenal,
Fun
like one of
game.
the best games on Switch. One of the best, one of my favorite games of all time as well. One of my favorite
So good.
Metroid games.
Technically, the first Nintendo-made Metroid that I beaten, because I beat M2R before that.
And this was like one of the hardest decisions I've ever made. But this is my favorite console of all time, and also my favorite handheld of all time.
Okay. All right.
That's fair.
So
That's
that's
fair.
my
That's
favorite
fair.
console and handheld. But if I had to choose a different handheld to go with, I'm going to go with the 3DS.
Nice.
I would go with the 3DS as well. I think the 3DS. Well, if you think about it, the 3DS could be 4 consoles in one. If you think about it, you've got the DS games, 3DS games. You get it's what 5, 6 consoles. You know what I mean? Like, think about all of the things that are offered for that console. They put a lot into it.
But if you want to know,
Absolutely.
Great system.
but if you want to know what my close second home console is,
Yeah.
Super Nintendo.
All right.
Super Nintendo.
Woohoo!
Very nice.
And now the next thing, before we do the community questions, the next thing is, how much has Nintendo impacted us over the years? Random, we'll go with you first.
Well, it is as someone who started out basically as a Sony kid and became a Nintendo person, it really impacted my how I feel about gameplay and honestly storytelling. I really, a lot of people when I grew up were like, no, gaming isn't a storytelling form of media, and I'm like, no, you can't be more wrong. A lot of games have made me laugh, made me feel emotional, made me cry, and Nintendo is certainly responsible for most of them. I don't think I would be the same person I am without Nintendo. I probably would not be making content without Nintendo. And just like they have provided so many great memories and great experiences that I not only am happy that I was able to go through no matter how late they were, like I'm showing these games to my nephews now. And like one of my nephews is really getting to the point where he has his own Switch and he's starting to like discover what games exist. I saw him playing Pikmin 4 like a while ago, and he's forming those memories, and seeing that is like super cool. And just like it has made a positive impact on me that where I would not be the same person if it weren't for all these wonderful games and characters that I have grown to love and appreciate. Yeah, I don't know what else I'd be doing.
Yep.
That's fair.
That's fair. Jeremy.
What was the question? Impact. Sorry.
The impact.
Right. I think I already kind of laid into that a little bit, but I think I did that more for like on a global scale of impact, not necessarily personal impact in terms of, you know, what it means to me.
Yep.
No, I feel like I touched on a lot tonight. I don't want to take up too much more time repeating myself, but I was just about to type this, and I guess I can say it out loud, is that this evening is very cathartic for me, because when I get to speak about Nintendo at length, it's very rare, but it's just so much fun for me. Like, this is just something that I feel like we can all get on the same wavelength and be able to have fun with it and communicate and to not and not bully each other. You know what I mean? Because we know what that feels like. I'm sure all of us do. You know, we all know what that feeling is. And so this feeling of catharsis is once again reaffirming. So I guess in terms of personal impact, it definitely is a positive one. And it's one that is surrounded by family, is surrounded by friends, is surrounded by a love for a hobby. There's I pride myself on surrounding my life with good company. I'm a pretty good judge of character. I can pat myself on the back for that. So the people that I do fortunately associate with, I can just pick up and play. And that just makes it all the more exciting and all the more fun. and the impact now that I'm able to have on my son and be able to discuss it with him and talk to him. I gotta share this. You'll love this. He's starting to play Super Punch-Out, and he's humming all of the different tunes for each of the fighters.
Oh my god!
And I used to do the same thing 30 years ago.
Oh my god!
A year older than what he is now. He's 7.
Excellent.
And I got the game at 8. And for the love of everything that is awesome, I can't tell you. I cried myself to sleep one night just knowing that he is not me. He's not me. He's his own person. But to know that he is interacting with this medium in the same style, in the same way that I do, history can repeat itself. And that is good if wisdom leads the way. So do I put the timer on his system? Yes, I do. But that makes it all the more desirable when he plays. It's not doom scrolling for him. No. It's a finite time to soak it all in. And that impact is so important to me and to him, being able to, once again, understand what's truly important. So, at the end of the day, I mean, if he wants to come up to me and be like, hey, Dad, watch me be Dragon Chan, I'm like, go for it. Do your super kick. Fly across the couch. Like, I'm right here. You're not going to fall, Or be mask muscle. Show me how Super Macho Man does his flexes, because it's hysterical to watch a 7-year-old go floop, bloop, kaboom. Impact. That's it.
Yep.
Very impactful.
Yep.
Very.
And Silver, your turn.
Jeez, God, like, and again, Nintendo's been like an integral part of like my life, in such weird ways that like it's hard to imagine like again like a house without Nintendo, like just a childhood without Nintendo. It's hard to like imagine like where it could be without that, because that was like for me. That was like my way into like conversation to like getting to like know other kids, like, do you play like Nintendo? I got a DS here too, a lot of the characters, Mario, Samus, Link, a lot of that stuff. Like there's a lot that I get to like learn from, and try to like really like bring that into like my own creativity, because like when I was young, like I would love to always like write, and a lot of the stuff I would write would be like riffing off of like stuff that I played in games, specifically like Legend of Zelda, a little bit of Metroid, a lot of Mario, just like taking a lot from that and like understanding, again, the character that I really loved so much, and trying to like make my own characters, but also maybe taking them and putting them into like new versions of my own, and then hoping that one day Nintendo would be like, hey, we'll take your ideas, make it into the next like Mario game or whatever, like I feel like for the longest time, like it, like for me in gaming, like I don't think I would have been like a crazy PC gamer back then, because like PC gaming was like different back then. It's hard to imagine me as like a Sony only gamer or Xbox, because like I feel like at that time, what was like age appropriate for me, was truly Nintendo. Nintendo was like kind of like the parents would be if I played like GTA at like 7 years old or whatever, it'd be like very weird, like like my very first Ember game was on N64, and that was Conker's Bad Fur Day, and that was my dad trusts me enough to be like to be smart. Because like he had it, he didn't really get it, but he was like, you know what, you've shown like a good amount of intelligence. You seem to be like obviously a smart kid. I feel like you get kick out of it. Granted, I was terrible at the game because like I also didn't learn as much, but understanding the humor and stuff like that and how crass it was like my South Park for a bit, and like it allowed me to like really understand like a lot of the different facets of the world. Like I got to grow up, learning more and more about the world, and Nintendo kind of was like a good filter, like there was still like very much joyful, the good stuff, but also like there's like a little darkness there. I played Majora's Mask. That was like my first Zelda game, And boy, was that like the deepest pit to be thrown into, because like that game is like freaky as hell when you first play it.
Yep.
You thought being scared by Ganon in Ocarina of Time would be like scared, like geez, like Majora's Mask was like a whole lot of the moon. Like I'm surprised I would like play that game for more as long as I could, without being like completely creeped out. But like as like I grew up, Nintendo was just like always there for me. Like if I had a crappy day at school, my DS was at home. If I had like just I wasn't really feeling into anything. Like I had my DS, I had my N64, I had like ways to fall into just like a nice little like happy place, and Nintendo was always like my happy place. So that's like my impact for me. Like it was always there for me when I needed it the most.
Yep. And I'm gonna have to echo those statements, but I'm also gonna say for me, like Nintendo impacted me in so many ways in which it helped me break myself out of my shell by like whenever just my love for Nintendo helped me like in regards to my personality. There's a lot of things that helped me, but Nintendo was a major integral part of my own personal life as well as my life like in general for what I do. And it's basically shaped me to be the type of person that I am. I enjoy the games. I enjoy like a lot of the characters that I've remembered. Like I grew up with a lot of characters over the years, like seeing Mario all my life, seeing Legend of Zelda, Metroid, then Pokemon like when I was much older, like when I was like 11 or 12 years old. And then some new stuff like Splatoon. Then we got Pikmin, we got so many other stuff. Xenoblade, like I could go on and on. But the thing with Nintendo is the fact that whenever like I just needed something, it's always there. Whenever like I'm just not feeling great, but I just want to play something, like I just take my Switch, or back then it was like a handheld that I would usually just play. Handhelds were always the easiest one for me, so I could just take it out and play whenever. And especially if like I wanted to play like GameCube, but the TV's being occupied at the moment, so I can't really play GameCube at the moment, but I can play my Game Boy Advance or my DS, and that works fine for me. So between relieving a lot of stress and anxiety, like whenever like just anything that is just negative that I just need to de-stress or take my mind off of whatever's going on back when I was young, Nintendo games were always there. Plus how much like it's helped me better myself with socializing with other people over the years, whatever is like Pokemon TCG, the video games, or like whenever I would go to Nintendo events, or even like the events that we would hold like back when we were Street Pass NYC, or now with Switch and Play NYC. It's helped me so much. And you just never know the type of impact that video games can actually leave for you, like whatever it's like Nintendo or anyone else, but in my case it was Nintendo, how like they were just there. And this is something that I'm glad to have, and I'm hoping that when I eventually have children that they'll get to experience the Nintendo their own way, just like I did with my own way. So that's basically for me right there.
It's pretty cool, dude.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a cool feeling.
Now we got some community questions. We got a good amount this week. I'm gonna limit it to one per person. So Professor Icepick asks, which Nintendo Power is cooler, the American magazine or the Japanese game download service? So for those who don't know, in Japan they had a service called Nintendo Power, unrelated to the magazine, where you could download like games into your cartridge through one of those kiosks that they have. You could store up to like I believe 4 games, and I think there was like the rare like 6 to 8 games that you could store, but you had to pay a lot more for it. But you could still like download any games, and there would be some games exclusive to the service as well. In addition to the games that are already out for years. That went up until like the 2000s, actually, believe it or not, in Japan. You'd think that it would have stopped when the Super Nintendo was no longer being supported, but it kept going. That being said, Nintendo Power Magazine meant a lot to me because I read a lot of Nintendo Power growing up, especially like I was more of a subscriber during the GameCube era, all the way up until like when the 3DS was new. And I kind of stopped because I just needed to save money, but I did get the final issue back in 2012 that had Mario and Bowser, the claymation, because the original, because it's a nod to the very first issue that had Mario and King Wart. Yep. Oh, you got
There
that
it is.
autograph. Nice. Very good stuff,
Dang.
Jeremy. So what about you, Jeremy?
We should try to hire cool. It's the
What
cooler one.
about me? Let's see. Well, if you can see here, I know that it's a little bit smaller on your screens at home, but this is about 200 and something issues of Nintendo Power back here. So I'm gonna have to say the magazine. And you know, of course, not to elaborate too much more because I want everybody else to have a little bit more time. But when this magazine came out at a time when you can't take home consoles with you everywhere you went. So this was your only way to talk about it and read about it and consume, you know, your hobby. And like I said before, the importance of the written word when all of the power goes out and the batteries are down, this is what you have.
Yep.
You know, this is all we had for the car rides when the batteries drained in your Game Boy. You know, when you didn't have a car charger for your DS, this is what we had. So I think that the impact of that is tremendous, especially in terms of schoolyard discussion as children, and then later on an internet forum, and then here.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Silver.
Well, obviously the magazine for me. I never did have a subscription to the magazine. I did know friends that would get issues of it. Like my magazine, my go-to magazine growing up was like EGM. But like, I remember seeing like a lot of Nintendo Power. I'd seen like a lot of the classic ones actually, and just realizing just how back then, you know, like these magazines really were like a cornerstone of like Nintendo fandom. You know, like a lot of things that you would like learn from, you know, game, because like conventional game culture nowadays, like we can go on the air and find out like when the game's gonna come out. It's like sometimes, for example, like I was actually watching Gaming Historian's video about Mario 3 and how like for like a good year they were teasing Mario 3 in Nintendo Power. They're like, oh yeah, it's coming. And then like another day would be like, yeah, like, you know, here's like a couple of screenshots, and then they whenever they do like a full on like, you know, preview, that's when you know it's about to hit store shelves, you know. So like I feel like that's like that to me was just it's like amazing to see like how, you know, all these magazines just had like such like different like, I guess like different like takes on like how they could like be like a huge like fandom driver, you know, walkthroughs, you know, groomers, all that stuff. It was like more or less like dependent like what we do now, but like everything's all like internet now. Like now, back then we had to wait like a month, you know, every month in our mailbox to kind of get like the latest scoop. Whereas now the news is like to us 24/7, you know.
Yep. Random.
So I never had Nintendo Power of any kind. The only time I knew about it was I forget if it was my school library or a local library, and just digging through the magazines because I was bored, and I was like, oh, what's this? Nintendo Power. And just looking through a random magazine. I couldn't tell you what issue. I couldn't tell you what was on it. But I wish it's something I always wish I experienced. I didn't really know what they are until James Rolfe made an episode about them with the Angry Video Game Nerd.
Yep.
And that's when I was like, oh, this looks really cool.
Yeah, he's from my alma mater.
What?
Really?
My alma mater, yeah.
Nice.
He was a senior when I was a freshman, and 2 years after he graduated from the communications department, he created the Angry Nintendo Nerd on YouTube.
Oh wow.
Dang.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
I ran into him, like,
Crazy.
once or twice in the computer lab.
Nice. But yeah, other than that, I never really experienced it. My parents just gave me Disney magazine, and I wish I had Nintendo Power instead.
Disney Adventure, yeah. All right.
Nintendo Power.
I know, but
Yep. So, yeah, like that's basically the first question.
Cool.
The next question comes from Dragonflame. Have you ever wanted to own an Ultra Hand before? Or if you have, let us know what it's like. To be honest with you, I kind of do. It's just I don't have really a space for it. So that's me.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. One more time. Own Ultra what?
Ever own
Like
an
the
Ultra Hand?
The Ultra Hand, like you know,
Not-
that little
not-
like
Oh, yeah.
Like those
Oh,
toys
yeah.
that they did.
yeah.
Jeremy?
I don't have the Ultra Hand, but I do have a distance grabber. It's foldable, it's fun, it's tangible, and actually we actually had gotten it because when my son was born and then subsequently my daughter, my wife had to have a C-section both times, so she couldn't really move. So if anything fell on the floor,
She had to.
so we got the grabber. I was like, let's get an Ultra Hand. I'm like, oh, they're like $400. No, thanks. Let's get the cheap.
Yep.
This is my first time learning about this existence. For a second, when you said Ultra Hand, I thought you meant like, Tears of the Kingdom.
No. Not
See,
related.
see, like I was thinking about that a little bit. I'm like, oh yeah, the old school Ultra Hand, not the new school one.
Honestly, looking at this, again, the YouTuber in me would want to own this because this would make a funny prop
It
just to
would.
use. Like, of course, like it's a big piece of Nintendo history, so of course, but like I could annoy people with this.
Yeah. Silver?
Dude, I wish I would have that. Like that's like old as hell. Like I'm doing a quick bit of history. Like this was made in like 1966. Like that was a long time ago. Like, and back then, this is how people got to like entertain themselves back then too.
Nope.
Like it was such a novelty, but like back then it was like pretty dang cool. And I'm like, I could see like why Yamauchi was like, yo, hey, Gunpei Yokoi, what you doing with that thing over there? Yeah, let's sell it as a toy. It really is something that's just like amazing.
Yep.
I mean,
I would love to have that.
the Strong Museum of Play has a stick as part of their museum.
Yep.
Yeah.
Come on.
Next one is from Dari. If you didn't ever play a Nintendo game or own any Nintendo console ever, and you had a chance to experience any Nintendo console or game for the first time as your intro to Nintendo, what would it be and why? I'm going to just answer this very quickly. I would not change how my experience was. I will not. My experience is just fine the way it is.
If I did never play like a Nintendo game or any like if you would have like how would you like do your intro to Nintendo? That's interesting. Like I don't know if I would like redo it in a way that's like very typical, because I think mine's completely funny. My brother beat my sister in GoldenEye. My sister's like, here you go like beat your brother, and my brother pancaked me basically. That was my introduction to Nintendo, and I was like, I'm like, that's neat. Hope I can get to play that more, and I did over time. So it's my own kind of like intro to it, because like it's not like, oh, like I had an NES and I played Mario.
Yep.
Like a lot of people have done that before, obviously. But like I feel like my experience was just kind of funny, because like my first game was like shooting people, in a James Bond game. Like everyone was thinking like, oh, like you played Mario or whatever. Like nope, I was James Bond.
Yep. So
I wouldn't change mine, but I'm not sure if I could even like curate my experience. But like, man, that's really tough now, especially with like 40, 50 plus years of like Nintendo gaming specifically. Like,
yeah,
an entry point is like really, really tough to kind of even consider.
Yep. Random.
I probably would start earlier if I could, and or actually play Ocarina of Time instead of getting scared of it.
Yeah.
But honestly, other than that, like, I don't know, my way with Nintendo is unique because I didn't get to play a lot of the games a lot of people did. I can still experience them for the first time.
Oh yeah.
So I guess. So it's weird, and a part of me wishes like I was able to grow up with the NES, SNES, and more than Nintendo 64. But this is how life is, and nothing I can change really. And I'm kind of happy how it turned out.
All right. Jeremy.
I actually just read the question again, and I'm trying to analyze the question as it's written, and it feels like this is more of an out-of-body experience question, because I feel like that there is, this is like an acting exercise. You know, you have to take yourself out of your own avatar and kind of put yourself into someone else's shoes. So it's kind of a difficult question to answer when all we've known is what we know. So as an individual, I should say. So I mean, if I were to genuinely feel like I needed to answer this question, I can't answer it as Jeremy. I have to answer it as like some kind of opposite or like a fork in the road version of me.
Yeah.
I have a feeling that I would have still. I probably, if it were up to me, I feel like the Super Nintendo would have been my first experience with it, just because that was the time when I was a kid in grade school and we were going over to friends' homes and we were like, and Super Mario Kart was a thing. So I feel like that's kind of where it would go for me. If I were to just like think back on the trajectory of how my daily life was when I was in grade school, I have a feeling Super Nintendo and Super Mario Kart probably would have been my entry point into Nintendo had I never experienced it before. But yeah, that is quite an interesting question, but I feel like it's a difficult question to ask of anybody who is not willing to pull back that curtain. You know what I mean? Like, I guess like I'm just used to that kind of exercise, like mental exercise, just because of my training. But yeah, I feel like that would be the most appropriate answer I could give.
Okay, sounds good.
Sure.
So DM, you actually asked 2 questions, but I'm gonna answer one of them. I'm gonna answer the first one that you asked, which is which Nintendo games and/or series are your favorite and why. I'll just be brief about it because I don't want to spend too much time on it. But I'll say, Zelda, Metroid, Pokemon, Splatoon's up there for me. Animal Crossing, of course, I love Mario, but there's just way too many. But Metroid and Zelda are like top for me. I'll go with random for this one next. You?
I'm gonna say the Xenoblade Chronicles, Animal Crossing, Splatoon, and even honestly, even Mario and Zelda are like up there too nowadays because like I became fans of the formers. Oh, and of course the Mother series, Earthbound. Again, all
Mother
great.
for me.
Yeah, they're all good stuff because either A, they provided me a great experience with gaming like Animal Crossing, or B, they told a story that can only be told with that in the gaming way that only interactive storytelling could tell. And
Yeah.
or C, they're just plain fun and I just enjoyed my time with them. But yeah, all those French, it's so hard to pick a favorite because there's so many good stuff and I hope sorry, brain farted.
Yeah.
I just really enjoy all these series and I love them dearly.
Yes. Jeremy?
Polybius.
Okay, so I was playing Arcade Spirits last night and I got up to the part where the main character is playing Polybius.
I love Arcade Spirit.
I had to interject because that's my favorite joke to play on people. It's like my favorite thing to do. I do it to Shellshock, you know who this is. I do it to Wrecked Wizard all the time. Yeah. I'm always just like, oh, Polybius existed. That's my, you know.
No.
Okay. So the real answer, Mario, hands down, of course. What else? Star Fox. Just, yeah. There's just something about Star Fox with me and just flying through space. It's basically Nintendo's Star Wars. You know what I mean? Like, it really is. But yeah, just having anthropomorphic animals and, you know, having the Jim Henson Company take the reins on making puppets for that E3. Yeah, I'm a huge Muppets and Jim Henson. I'm a huge Jim Henson fan anyway. So, you know, I have my own Muppet from FAO Schwartz's Whatnot Workshop and all that. So, yeah, nice. Star Fox. Oh my gosh. And why? Why is where I like this question because I am all about the why. Mario because he's everyone. Mario is you. You can be Mario. Anyone can be Mario. Anyone can play as Mario. You find yourself in the cap, overalls, the red shirt, and the boots, and you can jump 3 times your size, and you can grow to great heights, and you can be powerful, and you can save who you love, and you can ride a dinosaur like you're Mario.
Yep.
Like everyone can be Mario, and I think that's also how they wrote him in the movie as well. Like it's just that never give up spirit. It's just like the chips are down. You know, when the chips are down, eat pretzels. But you know, that was a joke. Sorry. The Legend of Zelda, for its storytelling, yes, absolutely my favorite. I would say as well. I want to pick at least one more Nintendo franchise. Yes.
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 I think for the sheer amount of fun that I've had with it, Rhythm Heaven.
Ooh,
Yeah, I mean, come on, like those are great games. If you've got the beat, then move it in your seat. You know, it's it's one of those. I mean, if you've got Beyonce in a commercial,
Yeah.
who are you talking to? You're talking to the casuals. You're talking to people whose entry level point is like, oh, I know how to tap a screen in time with the beat. I can do this, and then you just find yourself getting better.
No.
Rhythm Heaven has just that quality that feels like everybody can get involved, and I enjoy that about a Nintendo franchise. The Wii Play, Wii Sports Resort, even Wii Music. I feel like those were very accessible games as well. But yeah, I think for me personally, Mario, The Legend of Zelda, Star Fox, to a lesser extent Rhythm Heaven, but Metroid, I can't get through this podcast without mentioning that Super Metroid is the greatest 16-bit action platformer ever created, full stop. Next to, and in that parallel universe is Castlevania Symphony of the Night.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's why we have Metroidvanias in the first place. But I would say for Nintendo, it's their Alien. You know what I mean? Like if it's Ridley Scott's Alien, but Nintendo. Like that's what Metroid is.
Yes.
Right.
And I mean, the guy's name's Ridley. Come on.
Yeah.
But you know, for your money, on science fiction, like this is what you want. You want that isolated feeling. You want that ability to like get stronger as the game goes on. You want that idea of having to backtrack and not knowing like where you are and finding things. It just is true adventure. Like that's true adventure in the sense of, and other than top down, you know, we have Legend of Zelda, like we've got that, but like to encompass true adventure and being raised by feminists, can I also get through this podcast by saying that once Samus Aran was revealed as a woman, that cut a huge swath in the toxic masculinity of the 80s of who was going to play that game further.
Yep.
And I am so happy and I am so privileged to be able to play a game as someone who identifies as female and be able to kick so much ass.
Yes. Indeed.
Like it's awesome. I love it. I mean, being a dancer, being raised around women, like it's just one of those things where I feel I feel that power. So yeah, I would also give it up for Metroid as well.
All right.
Give it for Metroid.
And Silver?
All right. So favorite franchises and why? It's really tough because like again there are like so many, so it's hard to really pick. So I guess like of course like the one that everyone expects to hear from me, Rhythm Heaven, because like you saw me pop each for that when Jerry brought it up. Rhythm Heaven, again, I think in the case of why it got me to like actually appreciate music more, like the musicality, the rhythm. Like I feel like whenever I would like listen to music, I would just like miss out on like the really intricate like natures of it. And then when I played Rhythm Heaven on DS, like I remember like playing it like a lot of it like on my DSi, and then I remember like after a time when I was listening to music, I was like listening like really closely for certain things, you know, certain like melodies, certain like certain tells, and like I was like, huh, like so this is like, you know, this is like how like, you know, like when people are like putting together like, you know, music, like, you know, how like they can get like the melodic nature of it. Like I'm like, it is really intense. And then of course I basically played all the games of the franchise. I played Rhythm Heaven DS. I played Rhythm Heaven Fever. I played Rhythm Heaven Mega Mix on 3DS, and I played Rhythm Tengoku on GBA. And they're all phenomenal. Like great games. Like Jeremy said, like they're great games that anyone can play. There's a deceptively hard side to it that people don't realize. Actually, like the more you play, the more the game actually does kind of test you. But at the same time, the game does say, relax. You don't have to worry about getting the high score. Like it's all about just being in the rhythm. You'll pick the rhythm eventually. Like don't stress out yourself that you'll get it. Like the game takes expert care to say this isn't like those kinds of games that you play where you're just trying to compete and win and just excel over everything. Like it's a game about relaxing, being in the moment, and just like being able to like properly harmonize with the world around you.
Yep.
And like I always love being able to just like play the game because for most of the time I'm just like entranced. Whenever I get a chance to speedrun the game, Fever specifically, like it's like I go through like a gauntlet of like different like rhythmic challenges, and it's phenomenal. And like one thing I'll always take away is like when I did Fever for GDQ Juneteenth back in 2022, like I wasn't worried about like if I had screwed up with by speedrunning. Like everyone in the audience was just entertained by like the music. They're like, oh yeah, I remember that one, or like, oh, that's the wrestler one with her and the wrestler. Everyone was remembering like all these little bits of rhythm because like it's one of those franchises that people seem to forget sometimes, but like when it pops up, people are like, oh yeah, I remember that one. And as for other franchises out there, of course Mario is like top of the top. I grew up with Mario for a very, very long time. I was more of a 3D Mario guy growing up, even though I didn't play Sunshine. I still haven't played Sunshine, believe it or not. Mm-hmm. But like I always felt like Mario was like always like that franchise that I always go back to. Like whenever I played, I'd expect greatness and like a fun time, and it's never really like let me down anytime at all. Especially in the mainline series. Like it always come up with like some sort of something amazing, something great from it. Mario, Animal Crossing. I think I judged that series like unfairly the first time I saw it, because like I remember seeing it like in Nintendo World in 2003. They had it on the kiosk there, and I was like, "What the hell is this game?" Like it just because like in that setting, it doesn't really work as like a pick up and demo it. It works with, like when you're starting it for the very first time. They ask, "Hey, what's your name?" Where are you going to? And then they drop you off in town. There's the mayor. There's Tom Nook. I guess later games there's Isabelle, and they're like, "Hey, like here's your home. Here's your bill. You be paying me this for the rest of your life. But have fun." But it's also like the millennial like dream. You can like do whatever the hell you want and like sell stuff and get paid and pay off your mortgage or whatever, and you're just fine. You're just living at your own pace. Like I think that was wonderful. Like how Random was like saying like, oh, like it's only again I got up willingly at 6 a.m. for. Like I remember bringing my DS to school because like I went to school in the mornings, and it was the only time I could get up like early in the morning enough to like do my morning chores in the game, more or less. Like oh, there's a bunch of weeds around my house, or I got like drop off mail, or I got to see if Nooks is open this early or whatever. I'll always like be down to do that. And I guess like my last there's many other friends that I'm missing out on, but like the last one I'll throw in is definitely Splatoon. No. Like it's like it's the newest skin on the block, and I could see like why it's like become so beloved by people. Like it was like again a fresh take on an old genre that's been more or less dominated by like brown dull graphics and like gore and blood and just like machismo and just like very, very intense feelings. And then Splatoon is just like more or less like added like a whole like swath of like color and vibrancy and honestly just like this sort of appeal that's just like honestly just beyond anything I've ever seen before in my life. Because like I don't think I could have seen like Splatoon come from any other developer but Nintendo. If I'm being really honest.
Yep.
Like, and I'm honestly kind of glad it came out on the Wii U first, because like it was like everyone there knew your Mario's, your Zeldas, but like it was there on a console that had people who were starving for games, like absolutely demanding games, and then Nintendo was like, here's this game, and everyone took to it.
Yep.
And I remember those global test fires people were there for. I remember the first one was like he botched because like the servers were so overloaded, and so Nintendo was like, screw it, let's have another hour of test fire, and they did that, and people were like, man, this game's amazing, this game's awesome. Oh man, like it like to me at that time, shooters were becoming so samey and dull, and just like I feel like it wasn't really like. I don't say inclusive, but like it just wasn't really as interesting anymore. Because like for the last like decade at that point, like shooters were just like so dominant, and like there was all sorts of there was World War II shooters, there was modern military shooters, there was all these stuff, and then like Splatoon comes in and completely changes the game, and further games, Splatoon 2, Splatoon 3. I feel like what's also like really what jumped out at me too is the fact that it also does tell a great story. A lot of people seem to forget that Splatoon is a post-apocalyptic shooter.
Yep. But
it just looks so vibrantly colorful and amazing. People don't think, oh yeah, humans are dead, and what replaced us are squids. And the game does hint towards that, but like they're like it's like, hey, who cares about all that stuff? You're in the now. Slight ink already on all that stuff. That's to worry about. Again, great series. It's also like indicative of like Nintendo's future. It's really in good hands.
Yep. So, normally I would want to read all the questions and we answer them all, but because due to time that
we've been here for a good while.
We're going to do one more question.
Okay.
And there's one that I've been eyeing on, which is from Azran127. What's something you'd change about Nintendo if you could?
Ooh.
Okay, I'm going to go first with this one, and it's actually some stuff that people will probably expect. Okay, so number one, I would like for Nintendo to do better with distributing a lot of their classic games. I know that we had the conversation earlier, but I really do think they should do better at that and being able to preserve their stuff. That's number one. Two, stop going after fan games and tournaments.
Yeah.
That's number two.
More or less.
Number three, emulation is not a dirty word, so shut the fuck up.
Yeah, there's nothing contentious about it.
And number four, anything that I would change? I would say, if there's anything else that I would absolutely change about Nintendo more than anything, and especially if you're gonna make your games impossible to purchase, yes, like the whole like limited time thing with Mario and the Fire Emblem, though they kind of stopped doing that. But I'm gonna say this right now. You wanna know what number four is? Number four is for Nintendo to actually learn to figure out which fans you need to listen to, because you could listen to the wrong fans and they could give you some really bad ideas. Because there's a community of toxic Nintendo fans that want Nintendo to do things a certain way when in reality I would not approve of any of that. Basically, wanting Nintendo to be exactly like Xbox or PlayStation. So that much I'm like, no, because here's my thing. Just figure out exactly which Nintendo fans you really should listen to. Listen to the people who actually care about your products and not the people who are doing it just so that they can fucking gain Twitter followers or likes and retweets and all that. Okay. So that's mine.
Okay.
You guys can answer however you want.
I see. Like I feel like mine would be more, less. Well, I mentioned obviously like is a given. Obviously, like the community stuff. For me, even though like I understand that Nintendo at the end of the day is a business, they have shareholders, they're a corporation, they are about moving forward. Like Jeremy said, I personally would like for Nintendo to realize that they have a lot more intellectual properties than just the core ones. Granted, like nowadays they are starting to like release slot into like realizing that, hey, we have another code, we have Clubhouse Games, we have Endless Ocean. Like I don't mind, the Marios, the Zeldas, the Pokemons, maybe the off Metroids, but like there are like so many other franchises that I feel like deserve a second chance in some ways. I feel like games like Hotel Dusk should come back. I feel like obviously Rhythm Heaven should come back. It's been a while since 2013. Obviously, there's like a lot of franchises that Nintendo has had for the longest while that I wished for a long time that they could come back. Star Tropics hasn't come back in a long time. Sin and Punishment has been like in the Wii days it came back. It hasn't been seen since. Punch Out's been gone for a long time too. There's so many games I feel like they should have been coming back in some way, but either they're just not as important or in a way that it's finished. And like I feel like that shouldn't really be the case, because like I feel like some of these games still have some sort of staying power, and I wish it wasn't like left up to just like a developer to like be like, hell yeah, didn't we have that one franchise? Maybe we just work on it. Like Sakurai working on Kid Icarus Uprising, when Kid Icarus 21 years before the last game was like a Game Boy game. I just want for them to realize that there are some franchises that are worth bringing back. And again, I think they're getting to it now with the latter half of the Switch, with the later years of the Switch, and they're like, sure, we'll bring this back now. Granted, it's not like the peak year of the Switch, but like Endless Ocean coming back was still a huge surprise to me personally. I'm hoping that like they realize that they have like a huge like library of games. And I'm not just talking about like just like making F-Zero. F-Zero, again, phenomenal game. Would love for that to come back. But like a lot of people say like, oh, bring back F-Zero, bring back Star Fox. There's more than just those two ones, guys. I know it's been like a long time for F-Zero specifically, but like there's like so many more. Again, I'm just writing up a list of like the Excite series, Elite Beat Agents, Dylan's Rolling Western wrapped up, was all on 3DS.
Pushmo.
Custom Robo's did dead forever. Pushmo's been gone. Cruisin' technically could come back, but like it's been like it's been in the arcades. Shoot, there's like a lot of games that they've made for so long. And it's been weird to see them like all like just kind of buried. But like I hope that they come back. Golden Sun's been dead for a long time. A lot of things that they could bring back. But like again, I know at the end of the day, Nintendo has to make money, and if these things don't sell, they don't really come back. But I'm hoping that if there's a chance for them to really experiment again on these games, go for it.
Yeah, and I also just brought up Sky Skipper because that's
Skipper.
That's actually a very that game came
Wow.
out after Donkey Kong, but it bombed in Japan. So the only working North American cabinet is in Nintendo of America's offices, which they used that to bring it to the Switch through Arcade Archives.
Yes.
Yeah, they did do that, right?
Yep.
I'll let Random go, then Jeremy after
I have
that.
it.
Yeah, but that's my take. Go on, Random.
So this is actually interesting because I'm currently making a video, and hopefully it'll be uploaded soon, about saving money on Switch games.
Yeah.
And one of the biggest problems is with a lot of first-party titles is you can't.
Well, I know where this is going.
And I know Nintendo has to make a business. I know Nintendo has to make a profit. I know it's not just Nintendo, video games are just getting more and more expensive because it takes more and more for them to do. But I do wish Nintendo was better at judging the prices of their games sometimes.
Yeah.
Because Metroid Prime was $40. That's great. That honestly is a little... I would pay more for that, honestly. Luigi's Mansion 2, a port of a 3DS game that was once like $30, $40 years ago, is now $60.
Yeah.
And a lot of games that like are during like 50, 60 probably should be like 40, 50. And like it seems like it's less of Nintendo individualizing them and it's just more like blanketing them as $60. Bring back Nintendo Selects. Bring back like Player's Choice as well. I know they're probably not going to do it, but cut down the price to the Switch. It's 7 years old, man.
Yes.
Or if you really want to, bundle something with it and just keep it at the price. So like, oh, it's the same price, but you're getting more of a value for it. But so it's technically, it's not a price drop, but you're still like the same thing, but you're getting more things for it. Like, people will buy the Switch more if it's like, even if it's like the same price, if like a game is included in it for free.
Yeah.
I'll interject real quick. I was so mad that the Splatoon 3 Switch OLED did not come with the game. Like I was like, I'm like, I thought it did, and like it completely blindsided me that it did not. I'm like, that's like,
Yeah, and I think that's the same with a lot of the OLEDs now too. Like, I think even like the original Splatoon 2 like bundle came with the game.
yeah, I feel there was like digital code at least, but like, yeah, so it's weird seeing some of these bundles for like special editions, and they're like, yeah, no game.
No game.
Nah.
You don't even get a carrying case anymore. No, I'm kidding.
Remember
But,
when
yeah,
Nintendo used to give you 2 controllers? They only did that for NES and SNES.
Yeah,
and
now
like,
you got the Joy-Cons, which is like, yeah.
technically you do have to, but not in the same way.
well, yeah.
But like
yeah.
that was my thing, and also, of course, with like, yeah, and yeah, that's basically just the prices. Because all the other stuff I agree with, like preserving games, not going after fans when they're trying to just like bring love to a franchise that they long considered dead, and all that stuff. But like this one especially has been bugging me because I've been making the video about it, and I'm like, yeah, Nintendo, please. I know you're good into the gaming, and again, it's not just Nintendo. Sony games are $70.
Yeah, Sony was the one that started that trend, and Nintendo is now going to be following that more often. I know
They technically already have
I know
with
they
like
did with Tears, but
Tears of Kingdom.
and Mortal Kombat 1, I think, which is do not buy
well,
that.
that's not
Do not buy
Nintendo,
that
so
Switch.
that's on WB on that one. But
True.
yeah,
Yeah.
because like I will say
Yeah.
though, I'll let Jeremy go, but I do have one more afterwards, which is very important. But I'll let Jeremy go because I want to hear his.
Okay. Based on what I'm hearing from my colleagues here, and also reading just the spitfire of they should do this, they should do this, they should do this. Nintendo needs to understand that they're not going to make everyone happy.
Yes.
And I say this in a way that is not befitting of price or profit. I'm talking about this. Nintendo does not work on TikTok. Sonic the Hedgehog works on TikTok. Does that analogy make sense? Like in terms of being loose, pull back the reins on being so tight knit about your IPs. You understand that you're not perfect. You're never going to be perfect. You're never going to make anyone happy. It's a human thing. It's a human quality. It's a condition that we're all built with. And Nintendo is trying to put themselves on a perfection pedestal that is unreachable.
Yes.
And that's why the animators and the script writers at Illumination were like, you can't make a stale movie like this because who's it going to appeal to? You can't make Bowser just this hateful villain. No one's going to come and see the movie. Peach can't be rescued. You got to put her in a strong role. You're never going to make everyone happy.
Yeah.
Price points, aesthetics, the way things were. I'm not about that. What I am about is I'm about that euphoric recall being used to glance back so we can focus forward on a human sense, on a sense that makes sense. I can't make sense out of all of it because Nintendo right now, everybody says it is what it is. Nintendo will Nintendo. But they don't have to. They can just be human about it. That's my feeling.
Like obviously they should be more transparent about things too.
Yeah, and that transparency I think is crucial to the human connection. I think with anything, they're trying their best with what Iwata's original intention was, which I feel like if he didn't pass as suddenly as he did, I feel like the company would still be moving forward in that more human connection.
Yes.
I don't think that they would have been so profit driven or so like we have to put smiles on people's faces. But I mean, for everybody here in the room, it's like Marge's mother gives her absolutely terrible advice as a child and says, wait, Marge, before you leave the house, don't forget to put on your smile because people can see how good of a mother you have when you smile. You can't. This is the kind of company that's doing something like this. And that human connection is only being rebounded now through the theme park, which is another outreach for getting people involved.
Yes.
The movie, which is another entertainment venue for getting people involved.
Yep.
And they're not perfect. They're not. They are showing human qualities in these characters that have been stagnant for decades.
Yep.
So I think that quality needs to come shining through in a company that's just, again, trying to reach for perfection. You can't make everyone happy.
Yes. So you cannot. But the last thing I do want to bring up before we start getting ready to wrap up, in terms of one thing that needs to change in regards to Nintendo, I think Nintendo should unionize their company. I really think that they should actually unionize all their employees. And the reason I bring this up is because back in 2022, I remember reading stories about how there were some contract workers within Nintendo that were being mistreated by not just Nintendo of America, but also the agency company that they have, which I believe they were originally known as Aerotech, but then they changed to Ashton Carter or something. And the thing about it is that all of this stemmed from one game tester who got fired for speaking out about wanting to form some sort of a union, but they were fired by I don't know if there was from someone from Nintendo of America or from the contractor, but then there was a settlement months later where Nintendo can't do any type of union busting. Granted, there are other companies that have handled it way worse. Like Sega had handled it way worse earlier in the year before they finally accepted it. But I really do think that Nintendo should actually get into having their employees being unionized. So just so the workers can be protected. Because remember everything that happened with Activision Blizzard, not to mention the fact that there's been so many companies that have been laying off people last year and this year too.
Yeah.
And even Nintendo, unfortunately, just Nintendo of America, not Japan, but America, about 100 employees are going to be they're going to be restructuring the game testing department, but unfortunately 100 people might not be staying, though they are going to turn many of them into full-time employees, and then but we'll see what happens with that. So yeah, that's the last thing. Other than that, I think I'm satisfied with everything. All right, so now this is the part where we sign off, but before we do, so Jeremy, where can we find you?
Here on planet Earth. You can find me. My name is Jeremy. I am the Nostalgia Alchemist, and I am always here for whenever you remember why. If you type in the Nostalgia Alchemist anywhere on the internet, you'll find all of the cool things that I have to offer. And as I always say to my people who come through to whatever I do, please take care of yourselves and each other. Thank you so much for having me.
And Silver, where can we find you?
Of course, you can find me anywhere and everywhere on the internet, so long as you know the name Sylverstone Khandr. Of course, you can type in silver.stream into your browser. It takes you to my Twitch channel, silver.stream. I am on Twitter. I am on Blue Sky. I'm on YouTube. I'm on everywhere, honestly. Again, I am such an internet denizen that, it's hard to find me on not on a certain platform. But generally, I'm around. But in terms of, my most popular ones, my most, populous ones, Twitter, Twitch, and then I guess and Blue Sky. It's been getting up there lately. So yeah, but yeah, follow me on Twitch.
Yep. And Random, where can we find you?
Well, if you go to youtube.com/RandomBystanderHere, you'll find all my videos that I make, and that's the main channel. I also stream on Twitch Mondays, Tuesdays, and usually Fridays. Not today because of this wonderful occasion, but Fridays. I also, you can find me on Twitter, Instagram. You can find my TikToks on TikTok, even though I don't update anymore, but they're there for archival reasons. And I also have a Patreon if you want to support that, but don't feel like you have to. Yep. You just watching is more than enough. Indeed. And thank you for watching this, and thank you for the opportunity, Shellshock.
Hey, no problem. I appreciate you guys coming through. And
yeah, thanks, Shellshock.
No problem. No problem. You can find me on every platform you could think of, whether it's Twitch, obviously, YouTube, Twitter, Threads, Blue Sky, Discord, Instagram. I'm pretty much just about everywhere that you could probably think of, all over the place. Where I do daily streams Monday through Thursdays with the occasional Sunday streams and the super rare Friday streams like this one right here. Yep, indeed.
I don't know what I just did, but
Yeah, it's all
Nice.
good. So the next episode of Sharing with Shellshock should be happening on Sunday, April 28th, and it's going to be a Kirby themed episode. So hope you guys can stay tuned for that.
Kirby.
Yep, Kirby. So yeah, thanks to everybody that tuned in. I appreciate you guys coming through. So I will see you guys next time for the next episode of Sharing with Shellshock. So to Jeremy, Silver, Random, thank you all for coming through, and to everybody in chat for coming in tonight. I really appreciate all you guys coming in, and thanks to Wolfie for all the support, especially the Bean Boozled, and thanks to Mantle for the resub. I appreciate it. So as always, like I say, may you guys take care of yourselves, be awesome, stay awesome, tell your loved ones you love them, check them on them as always, pray for lasting peace, and I'll see you guys next time. And since this is a Nintendo themed podcast, now you're playing with power. Podcast power. Yeah, good night, everybody.
Bye.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.